Good morning, everybody. Good morning. If I can bring you all's attention. Yeah, I like the response. Good morning, good morning. All right. Welcome to day 2 of Civic's Power, challenging mass incarceration um, and restoring the right to vote. First of all, I just want to give you all, you all should really give yourselves a round of applause for the amount of engagement that you all and participation from yesterday. This is by far, in my opinion, one of the, I would say, best conferences I've been to as far as engagement from folks that are attending. This is not a conference where folks are coming to network necessarily. I mean, obviously networking is part of it, but we're not necessarily just looking to explore the city, although it is a great city. Everyone here is coming to express what they have learned in their respective states, what they learned from their experiences, and how we can move forward collectively to restore the right to vote for folks that have felony convictions. So give yourselves a round of applause on that. All right. So for folks that weren't here, well, let me introduce myself. My name is Reggie Thetford. I am the Director of Rights Restoration at Stand Up America. Thank you to Nicole Porter and the Sentencing Project, as well as Antonio, for putting this conference together. And then, of course, thank you for everyone that has attended. For folks that weren't here yesterday, we had a few great sessions, great plenary sessions where we had experts. We've had folks that are formerly incarcerated talk about their experience and how we can move forward in that way. And today we're going to move forward similarly, except today we'll have 3 workshops and use the app if you want to know exactly where you need to go. But we'll have 3 locations as we did yesterday. A large session is here, and then we have 2 rooms upstairs. So after a couple of plenary sessions we have today, after our keynote from Desmond, then we'll have 3 breakout sessions at 10:45, break for lunch, 1 a.m., come back for another workshop, and then 2:15 for the last workshop to close us out for today. All right, so without further ado, I'm going to introduce Desmond Meade. I won't go through the whole bio. Everyone probably knows who Desmond Meade is. Formerly homeless, returning citizen who overcame many obstacles to eventually become president of the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition, chair of Floridians for Fair Democracy, a graduate of Florida International University College of Law, a Ford Global Fellow, and a 2021 MacArthur Genius Fellow. Desmond is a sought-after speaker and has made numerous appearances on radio and television and has spoken before national organizations such as the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops and the Bread of the World. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the legend Desmond Meade.
Good morning. Good morning. Let me first start by thanking Nicole. Where are you, Nicole? You always move around. Thank you so much for the invitation and the Citizen Project. It's definitely an honor to be here. By a show of hands, how many of you all are sitting at a table with people who you came here with or you know? Raise your hand. Keep your hands raised. How come only, okay, keep your hands raised. There you go. All right, and then by a show, keep your hands up. Keep your hands up if you think that you have the capacity to be courageous. Okay. So everybody with their hands up, why don't you get up and go to another table and sit with somebody who you don't know? You had your hands up, you say you're courageous? All right. So I was getting ready to start my talk by saying, "Lockdown is fine." And so like some online kani kini giwangawan fuk fuck hook wow. And y'all looking at me like, is weed legal in Illinois? Is he out on something? Did he like take a hit or something before he came up here? But nah, let me tell you why I started like that. Because especially when we talk about movement, right? It is so important. A lot of times we get caught up in what we're doing that we fail to recognize that it's hard to move a group of people when you're not even speaking in a language they understand. Because they're going to look at you like you looked at me. And they're going to be too embarrassed to tell you that they don't understand what you're saying. So they're going to snap when they see other people snap. They're going to say ashe when they hear other people say ashe. But they're walking out of that meeting just as lost as they were when they walked in. And then the other thing is that if we're talking about moving a group of people, we're talking about movement work, then we have to be bold and courageous enough to engage with people that we may not be comfortable with. Because if we just keep it to our friends, then everybody in the room is going to be speaking the same thing, agreeing on the same thing. But when we go out in the streets, then only people that's going to come out are the people that was already in the rooms. And what we need is more than what's in the rooms. We need the people that's out in the community. And so I asked this question about what do you wake up for? I had to ask myself that question this morning because I got in late last night and, you know, I was in the front of the hotel trying to sneak me a Newport. And my sister Karima walks up to me and says, "Hey, what's up, Des? I know you missed an opportunity to go meet some people early today, but they got prayer at 4 o'clock in the morning. Do you want to come?" And I said, yes. And so even though Al kept me up late at the bar and Justin, and I went to bed late, somehow or another, I was able to get up at 3 something in the morning this morning to go and have prayer with my brothers and sisters in Chicago at Iman at 4 something. And on the way there, I thought about, you know, those of you who may have read my book, I wrote about how at night, whenever I figured out whatever I was going to wear the next day, I would get my outfit together and the shoes that go with it, and I'll take those shoes and I would just throw them under the bed. So when I get up in the morning and I get dressed to go out, I got to get them shoes. And in order for me to get them from under the bed, I got to get on my knees to reach deep under the bed and figured since I'm on my knees, I might as well talk to my higher power. And it was a conversation with the higher power that was very key. The first thing that I prayed for was for people who I thought was my enemies, people who I thought hated me or wanted to see me self-destruct or wanted to destroy me. I prayed for them. And I didn't pray that bad things would happen to them. I actually prayed that they would get an opportunity to experience the love that I was experiencing with my higher power. I prayed that they would have an opportunity to experience joy in their lives, that they would be safe, and they'll be allowed to live a very prosperous and fruitful life. And then I prayed for my family, that they'll be safe, protected. And then for me, I prayed for strength, stamina, wisdom, knowledge, discernment, just to do God's work. And his work was very simple. It was to give back. And I didn't realize it at the time, and it took me several years. But I realized that when I was on my knees in those mornings, I was praying for each and every one of you in this room. Believe it or not. And you might be thinking, how could you be praying for me when you didn't even know me back then? Well, the answer is very simple. I was praying for you because I loved you, right? And not who you are as an individual, but I loved the humanity in you. And every day that I woke up and I got on my knees and I prayed and I got back up and I started my day, the one goal that I had was to do something to make this world a better place than what it was. You're talking about a guy who just a few months earlier was standing in front of railroad tracks waiting on the train to come so I could jump in front of it. Because I was homeless, because I was hooked on crack cocaine, because I was in and out of prisons, whether it was state or federal, because I didn't have a job and the only thing I owned were the clothes on my back, and I didn't see any light at the end of the tunnel, and all I wanted to do was die. I knew that I was raised in a loving home. I knew my mother loved me. I knew my father loved me. And I knew that they wanted nothing but the best for me. But there I stood at those railroad tracks, void of any hope, any self-esteem, thinking how much I've been a disappointment to the people who cared and loved me. And I waited for that train to come so I could end my life. That's where I was. But then you fast forward a few months and that transformation allowed me to understand that the things that led me to those railroad tracks can be the very same things that can be utilized in a way to improve the life of somebody else. And so my reason for living, my reason for getting up each morning was not for the self-satisfaction of Desmond, was not for a title, was not for a paycheck, was not for notoriety, was not for riches, was not for the beautiful family or the beautiful wife. The reason I got up every single morning was for each and every one of you. I don't know, and you know, I remember praying one day and saying, God, I don't know where you're going to take me. I don't know what it is that you want me to do, but I could promise you one thing: wherever it is that you take me, I'm going to make damn sure that folks know who got me there, right? And what I mean by that is, I like the intro. That was kind of cool, but you missed a couple important things there, right? You did, but that's all right, because our campaign in Florida was say yes to what? Second chances. But when you talk about where I was at those railroad tracks, you know, and I used to tell folks that when I was standing there, if somebody would have told me, Desmond, don't jump. Like, Desmond, brother, please don't jump. Because in a few years, you're going to be sitting on boards with mayors and commissioners and attorney generals, and you're going to be working with prosecutors and judges. Brother, please don't jump. In a few years, you're gonna graduate law school. You're gonna have a law degree. Man, don't jump, my brother. Please, 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 please don't jump. Because in a few years, you're gonna lead an organization that's going to restore voting rights to over 1.4 million people. You're gonna be named the man of the year of your state. You're gonna be named one of the 100 most influential people in the world. Brother, please don't jump. In a few years, you're gonna be also named a genius. And then on top of that, the icing on the cake, Desmond, if you don't jump, your organization is gonna be nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize by the same organization who nominated Dr. Martin Luther King. Brother, please don't jump. Now tell folks, someone would have told me that, I would have put them in a headlock and they would have took me to that dope spot. To get that good dope, they had to be smoking. Because there was no way that you could have convinced me when I was standing there that any of that was possible. And I say that to say that I know for a fact, because I know some people in this room that is more than deserving of a lot of this stuff. I know people in this room that are doing amazing work, right? And so the only reason I could come up with is that somehow or another, maybe I was just chosen to be an example of what happens when you wake up each morning thinking of someone else other than just yourself. When you understand in the depths of your soul exactly who you're fighting for. And who is that? You know, I just tell my team, I'm like, man, yeah, who do we fight for? My team will always say, we're fighting for returning citizens, people who've been impacted by the criminal justice system. That sounds good, don't it? But I told them, nah, no, we're not. No, we're not. Because I realized when I was on my knees praying, I wasn't praying for a returning citizen. I was praying for humanity. That's what we all are, first of all. But I also realized that like a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Our communities, our societies can only be as strong as those within it who has been most weakened by systems of oppression, discrimination, weakened by narratives that says that some lives are just not as valuable as others. And that if we truly want to have a better world, if we want our families and our friends and our communities to live in a much better world than what we're seeing, then it is imperative, it is necessary that we be keenly focused on those who have been most impacted. Because like a chain, I don't care how much weight the other links can bear. You could have a chain with 5 links and 4 of those links could hold a ton. But if you got one link that could only hold 100 pounds, how much weight can that chain bear? 100 pounds. And even if you strengthen the other 4 links to be able to now bear more than a ton, maybe they could now bear 2 tons, that chain will still be only able to bear 100 pounds. That chain only becomes stronger when you find some type of way to strengthen that link that at the moment could only hold 100 pounds. The link of humanity, the link of our communities. And so, knowing that, I tell my folks that reality is that we're fighting for the world. We're fighting for each and every individual in this world, whether they like us or not, whether they're against us or not, whether they agree with us or not. We're fighting to create a better world, and we know the best way to fight it is by empowering people who've been impacted. And I'll be a little, what they call that word, biased. I think those who have been most weakened by the various systems have been people who've been impacted by our criminal system. And it is criminal. Y'all do know that, right? Barriers to economic mobility, barriers to democracy, forced to wear a scarlet letter of shame, forced to live under a narrative that makes us dangerous at all times, even though maybe what we did was 20, 30, 40 years ago. And so by my organization focusing on empowering returning citizens, we're not just fighting for returning citizens, we're fighting for all of Florida. And so when I wake up in the morning, it's not just I'm waking up for justice impacted people. I'm waking up for allies and I'm waking up for opponents, because I know that the work that we do will impact us all the way through. It's just that simple. And I understand that it takes collaboration. I know who I have to fight for, and I know who I have to fight alongside to make it happen. I know that there's times, and I'm gonna, in a little bit, I am gonna open it up for questions so you can dive in as much as you want. But I know that there are times when I looked at the work that we were doing in Florida, and when I looked around the people that was there that was standing tall with us, it was not just justice impacted people. There were people from all sectors. You know, at one point, you know, I thought my main force was this group called the Gray Panthers. Y'all ever heard of the Gray Panthers? A bunch of those retirees that walk around in walkers and have the oxygen tanks. Could barely walk, but there were some fierce warriors. And they stood side by side with us on the trail, right? And we had folks from all different sectors, but then really understanding, you know, through that process, really understanding that, you know what? It takes a village. It takes a village of advocates, directly impacted people, take academia people, it takes skilled operators, it takes family members, right? It takes just even regular supporters, but it takes a cornucopia of people to make this thing happen. And I thought it's beautiful, because if we're fighting for everyone, why not include everyone in the fight? Why not? And that's what we did. That's what we did in Florida. That's what I continue to do. And I believe that when we make a commitment, when we make a commitment every day that we wake up and we ask ourselves, what are we doing this for? Who are we doing this for? That if it is for something other than ourselves, then we know we're doing something righteous. And in spite of the obstacles, in spite of the gloom and doom that you may see, you can still have a smile on your face, because you know your work is righteous and your reward is inevitable. We're like the Borg, y'all, right? We're like, no, for real, we're like the Borg, you know? They might catch a beat down, but they always say assimilation is inevitable. And we will persevere. It may not look like it at times. Sometimes we get frustrated because people are not moving as fast as we want them to move. Sometimes we get frustrated because maybe legislation is not going as far as we think it should go. And we want to just throw our hands in the air and walk away. But if we stick and stay, we will get to where we want to go. And that's the lesson that I've learned. That's the lesson that I want to share with you all. Wake up, remembering who you're fighting for, and remaining committed to that fight in spite of, and understanding that it takes a whole diversity of thought and individuals to make it happen. Please, just think about it. When you wake up tomorrow morning, what am I waking up for? What am I waking up to do? So thank you so much. And I want to give time for questions. Please, y'all ask me some real good doozy questions, because that's where I think the excitement is going to happen. Thank you once again.
All right, Desmond. I have a mic here, so if you have a question, all right, pass the mic around.
Hey, Desmond Avalon again. Nice to see you. So the landscape in Florida is a little challenging. I'll be politically correct. I'm going to use clean language today. So politically challenging. So I actually have kind of three questions in one. The first is, how do you, in light of the circumstances that you're facing in Florida, what is your plan to bring in the people that you had to leave behind with that original amendment? Because you faced the circumstances that made you make that difficult decision. So what's the plan? How do you plan on actually enfranchising the people that are still disenfranchised? How are you going to, what's the plan for the people that now have pled to new felonies as a result of the governor's, whatever that little group of people he called, going after Black people that's voting? And then how are you dealing with because it's all related, how are you dealing with the fines and restitution? What are the next steps for you given the landscape that you're facing?
That is so unfair, you. Her question that took up the whole rest of the session. I mean, you didn't give anybody else an opportunity to answer. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to run through this, right? So, and if I forget anything, just raise your hand and remind me. So the first thing is going to be kind of a long answer. I was talking about it actually today, right? It's impossible. All right. Any fitness people out here that believe in fitness? Nobody believes in fitness. Nobody's engaged in fitness. All right. All right, Bruce, I can see that. Savi, I was waiting for you to raise up, But one of the things that I learned, right, is that it is impossible, y'all, for real. It's impossible to get strong. It's impossible to gain strength without facing adversity, resistance, right? For some of you guys who or women that like to build muscle, the only way you can build muscle, you got to first tear it. And the only way you can tear it is by experiencing resistance, right? And so if you avoid resistance, not only do you not get stronger, but the possibility are you going to get what? Weaker. And sometimes we tend to run away from adversities, right? And the thing about it is that I tell folks that for me, I look at adversities as opportunities, right? I look at these things and this is an opportunity for us to engage in a way that if we persevere, if we fight through this, we will emerge from that situation even what? Stronger, all right? So that sets the basis for, how we approach things. And one of the taglines we use is that where other people see obstacles, we see opportunities, right? Opportunities to get stronger, opportunities to empower our communities. In spite of what we see on the surface, whether it's the blocks or the suppression tactics or whatever, right? We could let that demoralize us and walk away from it, and we only become weaker, or we run straight to it, embrace it, and power through it. And so Florida presents those challenges on a daily basis. It's always something happening in Florida that just makes you want to leave. It does, right? But we're not leaving. And some of those challenges, and the funny thing about it is that when we passed Amendment 4, one of the things that we did prior to actually launching it was we were engaged in some very deep and intense conversations around language and around who would benefit from Amendment 4. And, we ran into a challenge. We really did. And the way how things played out, Amendment 4 had carve-outs, right? And the carve-outs were for people who were convicted of felony sexual offenses and people who were convicted of murder, right? Now, personally, even organizationally, at the end of the day, we believe nobody should ever lose their rights. We should be like Maine and Vermont. No matter what somebody do, no one should ever lose their rights, their civil rights. They should not be relegated to second-class citizenship status. But we're working in a state such as Florida, which everything is just extra difficult in Florida. I think at the time, it probably still is probably the worst state to pass a ballot initiative in. And we went through some hard moments. And it actually delayed our movement by around 6 to 8 months because of that, just really being deliberate and thoughtful. But the plan was, and it was, I guess, one of those psychology type things that we had a choice to make, right? We have a ship with 100 people in that ship and enough lifeboats for 99 people, and that ship is sinking. What do? Do we let everybody drown on the boat, or do we somehow or another try to figure out, get those 99 in the boat, and then try to figure out how do we get that one person? And that was what our intentions were, and it still is, right? And so for the people, and we looked at it, we looked at the numbers, and we crunched the numbers. It was less than 2% of the entire population that we were dealing with fell into that category, right? And so our intentions was, okay, how do we empower returning citizens, get their voting rights restored, and then you leverage that new constituency group to now change policies at the minimum on a clemency board, right? That would allow for people, even with the disqualifying offense, to be able to still have their civil rights restored. But of course, the naive part of us did not fully appreciate the kind of pushback that we were going to receive. And I should say that my naiveness, right? Because I was planning on going on a vacation to Hawaii after we won Amendment 4. I promised the whole staff a trip. We going to Hawaii, but that didn't happen because of all of this pushback. And so we had to fight through that. And I think that what's key is making sure that we're getting that people, or those group of folks, empowered, and then engaging in certain things. And I'm gonna tell you, and I don't think it's just an instant strategy. I think it's long-term. Part of that strategy includes how we're talking about violent, nonviolent offenses. And we don't do that right anymore. We've really started having a conversation about, okay, serious crimes and less serious crime, right? But we don't make a distinction between violent and nonviolent, and we're trying to just totally dismantle that kind of narrative as well. The other part to that, right, before we can get to that, because at the end of the day, we can want the best, but if society is not ready for it, a condition for it, it's not going to happen, right? It's not going to happen. And so part of that other piece of that strategy is, how are we changing the narrative just about people who've been justice impacted? And that was some of the things that we set out to do early on. I remember telling somebody the other day, our very first MLK parade, right? I don't know, Al, if you remember that. One of the things I made our team do, we rented a Mercedes-Benz and a Ford 350 dually truck to get into the Mercedes-Benz parade, the MLK parade, because we wanted to floss a little bit, right? We wanted to stunt, because we want people, returning citizens, to be like, just because you have a conviction, you shouldn't be walking around with your head down. That don't mean that you could never amount to anything. You could stunt like everybody else. That was part of that process. Then during COVID, we showed up in Florida by not only paying off $30 million worth of fines and fees, but we were actually saving people's jobs, right? We were distributing over 1 million masks, over 500,000 ounces of sanitizers to homeless shelters, to jails, to prisons, to food drive lines, the whole 9 yards. And there was no other organization in the state of Florida that contributed to Florida's economy more than Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. And part of that process was to show people that the very same people that you look down on was the people that had your back more than anybody, even more than the government did. Right? Just think about that, because the ultimate thing is, how do we get people to love who they despise the most? And if we can get people to love and look at returning citizens or justice impacted people as human beings, then we could accomplish anything. And so once we do that, once we're able to shift how people look at us, we could change the narrative. And we could empower people, right? Because there's like 9 million people across the country that can register to vote right now, don't think they can vote. Empower them and employ them in such a way to flex that power. Now, guess what? Our brothers and sisters who are in the shadows, who are marginalized, we could easily move them through. Right? And so it's part of a process. But the thing about what I've realized, it's not as easy as 1, 2, 3, because at every step of the way, there's always going to be opposition that's going to try to diminish the work, try to throw roadblocks, obstacles there, and try to demoralize you and make you walk away. The darkest part of the night is when, y'all? Right before dawn. And so they're going to come at you to try to make you stop and quit and give up. Wear you out so you can walk away right before dawn. So we still fighting through that. I hope I answered your question. Okay, awesome.
Anyone else? Oh no, I got the mic. So people online.
Are you gonna give me a 3-part question too?
I promise.
All right.
It's actually
All right.
fairly easy, I think.
Okay.
But it's really important for me to understand, like, in terms of the coalition you built from start to finish. Can you talk a little bit about the internal conflicts that y'all had? What did y'all argue about?
Oh, well,
What
one of the
decisions
things
y'all made.
One of the things we argued about, and some of y'all who heard me speak before heard me say this, one of the things we argued about was the fact that people didn't understand the difference between the commitment and the contribution. You know, we didn't. At one point, I didn't either. You know, but, you know, I wish I would have knew back then what I know now, and I could have made it very easy for them. I'm gonna make it easy for y'all. Some of y'all know this, right? When you want to tell the difference between the commitment and contribution, all you gotta do is think about a ham and cheese omelet, right? Y'all know what that is, right? Ham and cheese omelet. The ingredients for a ham and cheese omelet is simple: eggs, ham, cheese, and if you were poor like me growing up, maybe a little milk to stretch your eggs, right? Y'all with me? There you go. So those are the ingredients for a ham and cheese omelet. The cow made a contribution to the ham and cheese omelet, right? He gave the milk and the cheese. That's his contribution. The chicken made a commitment, a contribution to the ham and cheese omelet. Chicken gave what? All right, y'all work with me. I know it's early, but work with me, y'all. Y'all just had breakfast. The pig, however, made a commitment to the ham and cheese omelet. Y'all get it? That's the difference between a contribution and a commitment. The pig had to give his life, right? And I remember when, you know, back in 2011, when Governor Scott first got in office and he rolled back the policies, and we were so disheartened because we worked for years and spent money and blood, sweat, and tears, right, to at least get it to where people with less serious offenses was theoretically supposed to get it automatic, right? And then to see this person who never even talked about it during the campaign just come in and not only undo the policy, but rolled it back and made it even harder, right, was extremely demoralizing. And I'll be honest with you, I could understand people just throwing their hands up and saying, what the hell, and walk away. But the problem I had was the fact that I couldn't walk away. Everybody who could, they had the right to vote, but I didn't. And so I had no other option. If I wanted to be a part of society, I had no other option but to continue fighting. And what folks need to understand is that in different situations, you got to know whether you're the chicken, you the cow, or you the pig. And when you have a situation like this and you understand who the pig is that person that 9 times out of 10 is directly impacted, right, and have no other option and is willing to give their life for this. If you're not willing to give your life for this, then don't try to play the role of the pig. Know your lane. And here's the whole thing. You need all 3 that make a delicious ham and cheese omelet. So you're good. You're valued. But you got to know your role. And so the biggest thing that we had was that we had chickens trying to play the role of the pig, or cows trying to play the role of the pig and try to put the pig in the chicken role. Oh, we just need your story. They just want us to contribute the story. That's it. We just want you to contribute the testimony, contribute maybe the panel spot. But when it comes down to the hard and the critical and the strategic decisions, leave that up to us. We know what time it is, right? And let me tell you something. And listen, the work that was put in, man, I got mad love for it. But let me tell you, all right, because they tried to run the ballot initiative before. All right. And I'm going to tell you this. This is what they call facts. From today, and you go all the way back to 2017, 2018, the biggest expansion in democracy in this country have one thing that's consistent. At the center of it was directly impacted people. Whether you're talking about Louisiana, whether you're talking about North Carolina, whether you talk about California, and recently now you're talking about New Mexico and Minnesota and Florida, that was something that's been consistent. Directly impacted people have been at the center of it. And so when folks start understanding who the pig is and allowing the pig to be the pig and realizing who they are, and they play their role, man, we gonna eat lovely, y'all. We gonna eat lovely, and we gonna actually make some things happen. Did I answer your question?
Hey, what's up, Desmond? In the very beginning stages of the movement to restore the voting rights of brothers and sisters in Florida, what were some of the main characteristics that were required to get that started? For those of us that's in the process or the beginning stages of movements around the country, what were some of the most important characteristics? What did you have? What was important?
Well, I wouldn't have phrased it like back then like I'll phrase it now, but actually recognizing whether or not you're the pig. I'll be totally honest with you. You know, let me tell you, people look at me now and be like, oh man, I'm just Desmond, y'all, really. And I know that I am one hit away. For those of you who understand what I'm saying, I'm one hit away from being in a very dark place, you know? I am where I am, and I talk about waking up and understanding, having at least some type of understanding of what I was waking up for. The other part of that is understanding the sacrifices that's going to have to be made. And you really have to ask yourself, they always say that if a person don't have something they're willing to die for, they don't have anything to live for. And what I tell folks is that you've really got to figure out what it is that you want to die for. Let me just make this other correction too, because just because I am justice impacted, that don't make me the pig on every justice related issue. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not the pig when it comes to parole and probation. I'm not the pig when it comes to juvenile justice, right? I'm not the pig when it comes to solitary confinement. But I'm that motherfucking pig when it comes to doggone restoring rights. Understand what I'm saying? All right. And so just because, yeah, I have, a lived experience, don't make me the expert on everything. And it don't give me the entitlement to be the loudest voice or to be the leader and whatever. And so I got to know my role. And so the thing is finding out what it is, because you could be working on something that's justice impacted related, right? But that's not really that thing that you are willing to die for. And that's just being real. It could be something totally unrelated to justice impacted stuff, or it could be another lane. And so the thing that I had to realize very early on, what was I willing to do? And let me tell you something. I did not fully grasp that until I think it was 2019. And I was sitting in my backyard and I started crying because it really sunk into me that other than my family, that I was doing the work that I was actually willing to die for. I think at the time we had some death threats and stuff going on. And I was like, man, I am willing to die. I'm willing to take a bullet for this. I'm willing to lay down my life for this. And it brought tears to my eyes because it became even more liberating, right? And so that to me is a key. Finding that, you got to know that. And if it's not that, you've got to know, okay, well, I need to find that person, right? Who is that pig and see how I can support that pig, right? And then I need to find out what it is that I'm the pig for. I mean, that's about the cleanest thing I could tell you. Because when you're willing to die for something, man, you committed to fighting through some stuff for it. And I did that, man. I'm telling you, there's so many sacrifices that I made, and and I don't regret it, but it kind of like saddens me in a little bit because I missed some games for my sons. They play football. I didn't get to coach them like every other father did. Because I'm in the road. I'm in Florida. I was putting over 50,000 miles a year on my car. 50,000 miles a year just driving around the state of Florida. Racking up student loan debt like crazy. The whole 9 yards. I was making that, not seeing a paycheck. My first paycheck for Florida Rights Restoration Coalition didn't come to me until 2016, 2017. And I've been part of the coalition since 2007. We go all the way back that way, don't we, Nicole? Since around because the coalition started in 2003, and it was more like a listserv of folks. And I joined in 2006, 2007. And then when, folks were demoralized and I was trying to do some things around the state, I realized it wasn't even a organization. And so I officially incorporated it in 2011. And it wasn't until 2016, 2017 that I got my first paycheck. Now my paycheck lovely now. I'm not even gonna lie, but, and people might see that lovely paycheck and be like, oh, that's what it's all about. And we have that. People could see the glamour in the work and want to go 0 to 60 and get that, right? But not understanding, man, that it's some sacrifices. And first of all, if you ain't willing to die for it, then why the hell are you trying to lead this thing, right? And so figuring out you're willing to die for it and understanding that there's a whole heap of sacrifices and a whole heap of disappointments. Let me shift. Are there any funders in the room? All right, if they're not, good, because I'm going to talk about, I'm going to talk about them anyhow, because I want you to take this to your funder friends, because this is the kind of stuff that we talk about, right? I'm glad you said this, because here's the deal. I'm going to show you about the pig and the contributor and the committed, right? This is what I'm telling funders now, and You could take it and you could take it if you think it's cool, you could act like you made it up when you talk to funders. For real. This is what I tell them. The overturning of Roe v. Wade did not just happen this cycle. It did not happen because of Donald Trump, right? The overturning of Roe v. Wade only happened because of a 50-year commitment to overturning Roe v. Wade. And if you are in a fight with an opponent that is committed to something, that's willing to take losses for 50 years to get what they want, and you is only by election cycles, you only contributing by one election cycle, you in this state, and then maybe things don't go the right way, so now you leave that state and go to another state, and you can't commit long-term to grassroots organizations, how in the hell you expect to win? How in the hell? You're going up against someone that's like, even if you beat me down, even if I take a loss here or there, I am still going to invest in making this thing happen. And we got folks that will walk away at the first sign of trouble, right? And those are the folks that we're depending on, and then we're struggling. There's got to be a long-term commitment to our organizations. It's got to be a long-term commitment to the movement in spite of who wins the race. You've got to be committed to the cause. And when you're committed to the cause, you don't walk away that easy. When you're committed to the cause, you don't walk away that easy. When you're just contributing to the cause, you can. But you can't just contribute, but then want to call the shots. Next question.
Hi, Desmond. Good morning. I'm Taina with Initiate Justice Action in California. My question is the antithesis to the question that you just responded to. We know that we have to sacrifice. We know that we have to work hard. But I actually don't want this work to kill me. Even if I'm willing to die for it, I don't want it to kill me. I don't want it to kill any of us here, right? Because burnout is real and we can't pour from an empty cup. So how do you balance working hard, making sacrifices, and taking care of yourself and taking care of your family?
Well, first of all, I have to admit I have an unfair advantage, y'all. I really do. You know, my unfair advantage is I'm married to Sheena Mead. That, I mean, at the end of the day, I am married to Sheena Mead. But that is so right. That is so right. You know, and the other thing, it might sound a little controversial, but it's real, is that not only do you want to burn yourself out, right? But you also don't want to be broke and have your families even suffering, right? That's something just don't jive with that. And so there's some navigation, I think, that you have to engage in. So let's talk about the self-care first. I've been, matter of fact, during the campaign, I had to be hospitalized, and I had I had a C-section, right? And the reason why I say that is because Amendment 4 was my baby, and out of that hospitalization, came, the victory of Amendment 4. But what I was a resection, a colon resection, right? Diverticulitis is real, right? And it went on because of the stress, right? And so I gave a pound of flesh to the movement. And I know that I'm going to be making other sacrifices, but there have to be some type of balance. And I've gotten to a point now to where I understand, because before, as a matter of fact, I was just telling somebody that, I can't even tell that story. I wish I could, but that you could run somewhere and accomplish one thing, you could walk somewhere and accomplish a lot, right? And so what's going hand in hand with working hard is working smart, right? And understanding that when you're working smart, you could accomplish just as much, if not more, and still have time for your family, still have time for self-care. You know, one of the things that I discovered, I'm not going to mention names or anything, but like, for instance, I have a person in my organization that used to, like, I love him like a brother, but it was something about him that was an itch I couldn't scratch. And sometimes he would just frustrate the hell out of me, right? He would, I'm telling you, we would have these big arguments. And then right after that, of course, we love each other. So we always make up and everything, you know, but we would have these, and it's just something that I could not scratch. And then I realized, right, it dawned on me. I'm like, wait a minute. See, remember, after I crossed those railroad tracks, I walked 2 blocks further and I checked myself into a drug treatment facility, right? And what I realized was I had an advantage over a lot of justice impacted people. You see, man, I'm talking about when he was a teenager, he was out there in the streets, engaged in gunplay and all that. And so that right there by itself is telling you it's got to be something going on if a kid is out in the streets instead of in his home and he's engaging in gunplay and all that. And eventually he gets caught, of course, and he gets direct filed as a juvenile. That's got to be another traumatic experience, right? And then he spent multiple years incarcerated. That's got to be a traumatic experience. Then he comes out and he's doing amazing things. But at no point in that process did he have therapy. At no point in that process did he have a controlled environment to address the trauma that he experienced. And here I am as his boss getting frustrated with him when he ain't quite getting what I need him to get. And so I realized that we are all walking around with sometimes untreated trauma, right? That like my wife said it best, right? We have to heal ourselves before we can heal our communities. And so she came up with this thing with women about turning their pain into purpose to build power to change policies, right? And so really had me thinking about, okay, wait a minute. If trauma recovery is not a part of our work plan, then how could we have that balance, right? And that's a major piece of it. How are we dealing with trauma recovery? And then, y'all, how we just have fun? How you just have fun? How you turn up? You know, and not just at the conference. I seen a couple of y'all turn up last night. No, but it's okay. But not just at the conference. How you actually put it in your schedule? It's turn up time, right? I ain't answering no phone because guess what? The world ain't gonna burn down if I don't answer the phone. The world ain't gonna burn down if I don't attend the march. And I don't have to be on the front line of every single issue. Because when I do that, it reminds me of my good friend Monica, who worked for SEIU so many years and gave so much of her time and her body. And then right after she finally retired, she gets Alzheimer's. And how do you think her daughter felt that the movement took her mother away from her all those years? And then when they finally give her back, it's only half a package. And we shouldn't treat our people like that. And we shouldn't want to be treated like that or be in that position. And so there is a balance that we have to strike. And you have to be very intentional with it. And you have to be the one to determine how that balance works. You know, because some of us might not have a wife and kids, you know, or a partner and kids or whatever. Some of us, it might just be us. There might be a different approach there, but all of us. So I go to therapists. I have a therapist, y'all, for real. And it ain't no shame in my game. And I am, you know, I hope some of y'all think that I'm slimming down a little bit. Am I slimming, Marcus? Am I slimming down just a little bit? All right, working on my diabetes, you know, and I got to give this shameless plug. Listen, let me tell you, I think that the healthcare industry, well, I'm gonna say the government or wherever, have done a poor job about talking about diabetes. Because they had me thinking, oh, maybe your arm or your leg might have to get cut off. Maybe your eyes might go. But let me put it to you this simple. Some of y'all know where I'm coming from. I'm gonna look right at you because you already talking about the eggs with the milk. But you know, sometimes when that person pissed you off back in the days when we wasn't so, you know, aware, and we wanted to get somebody back, so we went to put some sugar in their gas tank. Y'all know about anybody? Raise your hand if you know. Don't. I'm just not admitting that you did it, but raise your hand if you know about sugar in the gas tank, right? When you put sugar in the gas tank, what happens to eventually? What happened to the engine? It locks up. Well, guess what? That's the same thing with diabetes. When you put sugar in your blood, anything that blood flows through now could mess up. Anything. So it's not just your arms or your legs, right? It's your internal organs that actually is impacted by diabetes. And the people of color, somehow we seem to be more susceptible to it than anybody else. And so I want to at least share that we've got to be conscious of our sugar intake and manage that diabetes, because it's more than just arm and leg, man. It's your pancreas, it's your colon, it's your prostate. I mean, it is everything. Anything that blood touches or flow through in your body, if you have too much sugar in that blood, it's gonna be like putting sugar in the gas tank of a car. Eventually, it's gonna lock up. And so please be aware of that. I think I have time for one more question. 5 minutes? All right, we're gonna see if I have 2 questions. Go ahead.
Perfect.
What? No, I got 9 minutes. I'm reclaiming all of my time. Hey, I seen the
Okay.
program. It said 10:30. Go
Uh,
ahead.
yeah, my name's Kyle Giddings. I'm with the Colorado Criminal Justice Reform Coalition. Pam Clifton says hello, by the way. She works with us. But I wanted to talk to you about building bipartisan coalitions, because you've done a really good job of bringing Republicans into the fold, even with the environment with Republicans right now. Even like Neil Voss is a Republican and he's your deputy. And I would love just to, you go into it in your book, but I would love for you just to speak about building that bipartisan coalition.
I mean, I think it's essential, right? I mean, when I first was introduced to felon disenfranchisement, you know, my first experience, I walked out of there thinking that only Black people couldn't vote. For real. That's why I really thought only Black people couldn't vote. And it wasn't until I started traveling around Florida that I realized, wait a minute, you know, I'm running into more than just Black people. And then my bachelor's degree was in public safety management with a concentration in criminal justice. And so I did a lot of independent research, you know, in addition to papers I had to turn in. And when I was looking at the numbers, I see that even what it was that Black people were disproportionately impacted. But when you looked at pure hard numbers, there were twice as many people who looked like Neil Voss than looked like me that couldn't vote, right? And so I had to, you know, I had to really rethink that. And I was like, okay, yes, it disproportionately impacts African Americans, but if I make it an African American issue, it only goes so far, right? I look at Vietnam, right? And I thought that, you know what? No, really, the country really started pushing to get out of Vietnam when white bodies started coming back in those body bags, right? And then I was like, you know what? This can be an all-American issue, you know, because it impacts whites, it impacts Latinx, Latinos, it impacts African Americans. I mean, it's just across the board. And if it does, then we have to, especially Florida being a difficult state that it is to pass a ballot initiative, right? And many of us even live in red states, right? That we have to find a way to communicate with people who may be on the other side. And what I found is that you have the upper echelon of folks that are the puppet masters, right? That tell you who you're supposed to hate and who you're supposed to fear, and tell them who they're supposed to hate and who they're supposed to fear. And we get so caught up in the stage rhetoric that we end up hating and fearing people, our own neighbors, right? Our own neighbors. And, and I challenge people, right? Because, man, it's so easy to blame Republicans for everything. But the other thing that I know is that when I talk about the civil rights era and people being lynched and burned and all, there was Democrats that did that. And so I think that, and I've always thought history runs in cycles, right? And so I'm like, you know what I realized is that since the beginning of the time, there have been people who wanted to pick and choose who get the vote, right? And it wasn't like for women, it wasn't too long where women didn't even have the right to vote, right? And so I'm trying to figure out, okay, these guys are being puppet masters, and what can we tap into that can overcome that? Well, guess what? I believe that every single body, every single person in here has something deep down inside that is something like Amendment 4, that is have the willingness and the yearning to connect with people along the lines of humanity. Now, y'all might think, Desmond, you crazy, right? You looking at this lovey-dovey world where you can love someone that might think different than you? I dare believe so. Let me tell you something. I always tell a story, right? About you driving down the street, car accident, somebody laying on the ground. You stop. You get out your car, you run up to that person. I'm willing to bet every dollar I have in my pocket right now that when you go up to that person, your first question is not going to be, did you vote for Donald Trump? It's not going to be, what's your sexual identity? What's your immigration status? How much money you make? None of those questions are going to be the first questions that you're asking. In times of calamity, we throw all those labels out the window, and all we see is someone's humanity. And let me tell you how bold they get. Some of us are even willing, you ready for this? To risk our own lives to save someone who we don't even know. We're willing to put our lives on the line just because we know that there's another human being in that burning building. There's another human being that's trapped under that car. There's another human being that's in that building that's about to collapse. And we don't care what their politics is. We don't care about none of that. What we care about is their humanity. And so I know that deep down inside, there's that yearning to connect with each other along those lines. It is the puppet masters that has helped us create all these labels and the things that divide us as a people. And we operate within those lanes. And so we lob insults one way and they lob insults the other way. And, and we only look at it, in this hyper partisanship environment that does nothing but further divide us. The moments of greatness, the moments of healing comes when people are able to look beyond those things and see the humanity in each other. And so I know that if you really want to move some things that are really deep and impactful, then you have to figure out a way how to speak that universal language that allows people from all walks of life to say, that's right. That's right. And when you're able to do that, man, you could do the impossible. Might even get you a Nobel Peace Prize nomination. One more question, quick question, because I got 2 minutes. Thank you. I like that. You know what? Your side got a whole bunch of stuff, so I'm gonna go to the side of the classroom that don't like to engage much.
Really?
Yeah, really.
For real, we engage over here, right?
Mhm.
No, but you mentioned about you don't want to go broke, you want to be able to spend time with your family, and you also don't want to be the pig for everything, right?
You can't be.
Exactly. I have in Nebraska two, solid issues that are going on. One, they don't want to fund me. I have a safe home for women. They don't want to fund me because I'm on parole. I guess 3. 2, I'm on parole till 2028. They will not let me off because they say that's the rule. I follow every rule. And three, they don't want to help us when it comes to voting, being able to restore those rights. Where do I say I'm gonna jump off and not be the pig? Those are three that I'm the pig for, and I'm not getting paid for none of them.
So here's the thing, right? You ready for this? When you're the pig, there's no expectations of being paid. No, hear me out. When you're the pig, there's no expectation, because what you're saying as a pig is that this is impacting me so much. Like, and Nicole will tell you, right? Let me tell you, after that, listen, I didn't have an office. I didn't have a job. All I had was I was living in a 3-quarter-way house with a bunch of other recovering addicts. That's all. If you haven't got my book, please get the book, right? And let me tell you, for real, right? I had none. All I knew was I had to keep moving and doing something till something breaks, right? And what I found was that when I stayed focused on that, you know, I don't know how many people are faithful in this room, but what I learned is that if you take care of God's business, He take care of yours, and you do a much better job. And what I've realized is that everything that I needed always showed up at the time when it was needed to show up, right? Now, there may be things I wanted that I may not have gotten, but everything I needed, I got. Everything I needed, I got. And so I think that, you know, because you're talking about three things, but it might just be one thing, right? That you consolidate those things and make it just one thing, that you really develop a strategy around it, because they're all interconnected, right? And what is that one thing, the best way to approach that, right? And it may not be with the housing piece, right? It may be with the voting piece, or maybe the probation piece, but you find that one thing and you just keep driving and keep pushing in spite of what, you know, because you may see other people having something, man, it'd be good to have that. You just keep driving. Trust me, I've been there. You know, I've been there where my wife, I ran out of gas. I went to speak. I'll drive halfway up the state to speak to people, and there was only 3 people in the room, right? And I didn't have enough gas to get back. And my wife had to come and meet me and give me some gas money or whatever before she was my wife, you know, to get me there, and or put me on her insurance and all kinds of stuff like that. Right. But those are things that you're willing to go through. And you remember, God knows your heart, right? And if you're not in it for the fame, if you're not in it for the money, but you're in it for the purpose, and you understand that that's God's purpose for your life, and you step into it, then you rely on Him, and He will come through. And if He don't come through, then you say, you know what, forget this God stuff. I'm gonna try something else, right? No, for real. But from what I know, He's always, I'm telling you, everything that I have today, I never prayed for. And I tell my team that all the time. Never in my life prayed for the amazing wife that I got, right? And matter of fact, when I was dating, I wouldn't even have picked her. But I tell folks all the time, that was the second smartest thing I did, was recognize who she was when I met her. And that was God's gift to me. And I just accepted that. And ever since that, those of y'all who know my wife know, she teenage mom, the whole 9 yards. You know, she went into the justice system for bouncing an $87 check. Now she collecting $75 million to expand Clean Slate. And so that's God. We just made those the commitment and the sacrifice. That's, you know what I'm saying? And so you have to do that, and you have to believe. You got to have faith. That's why I say the things that I make sure people don't leave out, you know, stuff when they be introducing me. You know what I'm saying? No, I want you to know, because not to say that Desmond, I'm not all that, but the God that I serve is, and the work and my commitment to helping other people is. And that's what has gotten me where I've gotten. Thank you so much for that question. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Nicole.
All right. Thank you, Desmond, again for a great keynote speech.
I'm really excited to get the panel on research and data kicked off. Just by way of introducing myself, my name is Hannah Walker. I'm a professor at UT Austin. I do work around, in particular with reference to this convening, how to engage newly enfranchised folks in the electoral process after they've had their rights restored. And so the tenor of this conversation today is going to be around sort of what lessons that we've learned around how to do that effectively, some of the challenges that we face, and then in particular, how researchers and advocates can better work together to support that effort. And so I'm going to go ahead and let our panelists introduce themselves. And what I'd like to have you guys do is just tell us who you are, tell us a little bit about how you connect with this particular set of questions. And then I want to throw a top line question out there to you, which is based on the work that you do on this topic. What do you think are some of the major takeaways in terms of what we know about how to re-engage newly enfranchised folks? So I'm going to start with Ron Pierce.
Good morning, all. My name is Ron Pierce. I am a policy analyst with the New Jersey Institute for Social Justice. I am also a graduate of Rutgers University with a master's degree. I've also served 30 years of prison time, so I am formally incarcerated, although I just like to consider myself a person that should not be labeled. I don't believe that labels help. I think it narrows the focus down. People call people that were in prison, either they say they're murderers, they're rapists, they're burglars, they're this or that. That locks you into a timeline of an immediate. So I don't like to use labels. So my name is Ron Pierce, and I am a person that fights for the justice of what evidently I must consider myself now the pig of, is getting the right to vote for people who have lost it as a result of some unfair practices of the government. So the question you had of what are some of the takeaways?
Yeah.
The big takeaway that the research that I did with Hannah and Tova and a bunch of others, the big takeaway that I got from it is that credible messengers are very key factors in being able to get people to hear what you're saying, because they speak the language that people understand.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tracy Birch. I'm glad to be here this morning. You saved me from a morning of having to play Super Mario Brothers U Deluxe, my 7-year-old. I am a professor at Northwestern and at the American Bar Foundation. And I actually did a remote research fellowship with the Sentencing Project back in 2007. They helped fund some of my dissertation research. So it's great to be here and celebrate with you guys today. So I work on political participation and barriers to political participation broadly. And my work has focused on the ways that interactions with the criminal justice system can pose barriers to participation. And what I've learned from that work is that it's really hard to re-engage people because there are a lot of barriers, and the law is but one. The actual law on the books is but one of those barriers. And so if you want to engage and bring people back into politics, you have to look holistically at the kinds of barriers that people face, not just whether the law on the books permits them to participate or not.
My name is Al Valentine. I go by Al B. I work with Desmond at the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. I've been there for a long time now, since before Amendment 4 passed, when Desmond was riding around in his car and looking for gas money still, I was there. I am a data scientist, went to NYU, but I got there from a family where every other male family in my family member has been incarcerated. I have people in my family who did 20 years. I have a person who did what on the East Coast we would say is all day and a night, and he died in prison. And so that's kind of where I came to it from. It's not common in kind of the tech world where I was before this. And so when I first I actually had to track Desmond down. He didn't have a like he didn't have really like social media presence back then. He didn't have his MacArthur Genius and his Nobel Peace Prize or whatever. That came later. And so luckily Sheena was reading his messages one day or whatever when I wrote him. And the rest is kind of history. So most of the large programs that FRC has done, so I was the data scientist on the campaign, actually connecting the different contributors and committers to the movement, including, most importantly, the directly impacted FRC. But if you wanted to talk to Puerto Rican moms in Osceola County, I got you pretty much for the whole campaign. We really tried to plug everybody in. And built some interesting like statistical models and and data models that we were able to use to actually connect with voters all across the state in many different groups. And then with the FRC, I at various points have run our large scale voter registration program when it was okay to register voters in Florida, and it's kind of on shakier ground now. I ran when we paid off $30 million in fines and fees. That was this guy in a room in 7 days, the most high stress algorithm I think I've ever written. And I've done there's some of our prison gerrymandering work is on the screen here, where we actually advanced some of the what's been in the literature in prison gerrymandering, where people are basically looking at where people are counted currently, but we actually were able to build this map that actually takes DOC data from Florida on where people should have been counted at home, right? So the release addresses, we built a few statistical models in there to apportion where people would likely have been counted if we didn't have an exact address. And we were actually able to show the power that is extracted from each community, each district, right? Of which districts feed. So the kind of the red or the pink side of the arc is actually showing which districts are losing bodies, are losing people whose body is being counted, but their voice is not being counted in the districts that have the green side of the arc. And so you can see this just kind of massive exodus of, it's not really an exodus because it's a massive taking, I don't remember the word for that, but it's this massive snatching of bodies from these districts that are in South Florida, going up to the Panhandle, where where you have entire districts where almost 8% in the House, so almost 8% of some House districts are made up of formerly incarcerated people as their or made up of incarcerated people as their constituents who don't actually have a vote. And so, the work kind of goes beyond, even though that's not something that in Florida is really feasible to pass in the current moment. We were able to advance some of the work in that as well. And so I think in terms of in terms of what I found to be most effective, credible messengers, I absolutely agree with. Our entire organization is made up of formerly incarcerated people and family members doing the work. That's who we hire. We hire even the people that most of the people that we hire are actually the people that are hardest to hire, hardest for capitalists to hire, I should say. So folks that have gun charges, folks that might have even the carve outs that we were forced to do in Amendment 4, which my family did time for murder. So I had things to say to Desmond about that even when I first joined. I was not, but I knew that he really did some soul searching on it and talked to leaders around the country about that decision. It took months on making that very hard decision. And so that's, I think some of those, so and then in terms of engaging folks, the other piece that we have to deal with is there is a dearth of kind of like bad and not credible data on people who've been impacted by the system. There are a lot of like folks in DC trying to build these models of like returning citizenness. They're all, I don't even know what to say about them. And then we're kind of stuck trying to kind of, whereas when you get a voter file, you're going to get someone's pretty much their most recent address. It's usually a little bit, there's usually a little bit of an issue with tracking folks down. If you're, if you're an apartment dweller, a lot of campaigns don't even care about people who are lower income living in apartments. They only focus on the homeowners and the super voters and the whatevers. And so we're squarely in the other category, right? Everybody lives, everybody is usually in transitional housing. You might have issues tracking or trying to communicate with folks who have been, I've seen about maybe 20% of folks who, who come out of the system are basically in maybe 5 or 10 addresses in a particular county. So you're going to find like the halfway houses, the Salvation Armies, some of them even are like contracting with DOC. And in fact, in Florida, the top 2 addresses that folks come home to are actually ICE facilities. So even sometimes when people are getting released from their bid, they're actually getting deported. And so there's a lot of returning citizens. And I do a lot of work on the Latino population that are not even part of the returning citizen community, because they're actually instead exiled citizens, I would say. And so we're missing those voices. I'll shut up now. But let's go over to Rob on camera.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? We're good? Yeah? Okay, cool. My name is Rob Stewart. I am an assistant professor of criminology and criminal justice at the University of Maryland. I am also formerly the research director at the Minnesota Justice Research Center and now consult with the MNJRC. So I'm excited to be here today, although I couldn't be there in person. I apologize. We have COVID in our house, and so we're trying to navigate how to have one person isolate from the rest of the family, and it's a lot of fun. But nevertheless, happy to be here. And in terms of the work that kind of brings me here and to this, for the last, I don't know, since about 2017, I've worked with various community partners in efforts of to try to identify and contact, reach people impacted by the system. And in 2017, I worked with Justin Terrell and some other people at Take Action Minnesota. Justin is now the executive director of the MNJRC. And we thought, you know what, could we try to activate? Could we try to contact? Could we try to engage people impacted by the system in a local municipal election and get people encouraged, involved, interested, and maybe get out to vote? And so that was the first effort that we try to make, using kind of bringing together various data sources, including official or like state criminal justice administrative data with consumer data and other things. And then we continued. We did another version of that in 2020, and then in 2022 we did a kind of a larger pilot version. And the first report from that is out. Just came out I think like 2 days ago. If you're interested, go to that QR code right there. You can check it out. There's a full report. It'll be really exciting. Basically, what we did is we kind of did a pilot RCT. We wanted to see whether or not different ways of connecting with people through, for example, phone calls or text messages, actually building on Hannah's work with her colleagues, where they looked at mailers. So then we're like, okay, that's really cool. We want to do something like that. Let's do it with phone banking. Let's do it with text banking. And one of the things that one of the initial questions here is, what's an important thing that you kind of learn or whatever. probably one of the most important things that I think is important for people to know if they're trying to engage in this type of work is that you cannot use traditional get out the vote tools and resources to reach these populations, right? To reach people. Oh, and I should also say, I'm also formerly incarcerated. I was disenfranchised for 10 years, spent a couple of those years in prison, and since no longer disenfranchised now, which is great. But so when we're talking about reaching populations that are, this is generally not a communities that are going to be in the van, right? Because you're not in the van if you haven't registered before, generally speaking. They're not going to be in your typical, your typical door knocking lists. And so you have to make extra efforts, and data quality is a huge, important piece of this. And Al, as he kind of alluded to, finding quality data is really difficult. And so you really have to test, you have to, really kind of scrutinize your data, and really try to make every effort to ensure that you are able to reach the people that you're trying to reach. So I'll shut up there, and then I'll just, throw out lots of other pearls of wisdom as we move on.
Great, Rob, thanks. So just for a little bit of context around some of the things that are being referenced, I and my team, a group of folks who've been working on this issue of trying to see if we can reach newly enfranchised folks to see if we can get them to register and vote. One of the things that we did to try to innovate is sort of see if we could build a list of folks who were newly eligible to vote, who weren't in the registered voter files already, and then to see if we could get quality contact information for these folks. And as Rob has indicated, this is really, really difficult to do. And the other thing that I want to add is that we tried to see if we could get this contact information through commercial data vendors, which we thought was better than working with the state to obtain that information. And we also wanted to distribute our mailers and our sort of invitations to get people registered also without working with the state, where that's what previous research had done, was tried to work with the state to make this happen. And we thought that there was probably better ways to build a quality list and better ways to reach people. And so as part of that work, we also worked together with the New Jersey Institute for Social Justice and partnered with Ron, thanks to Tova, for putting together that partnership to build on those methods even further. But so that's the sort of context piece. The building the list piece is super, super difficult because of this issue with data quality. And so Bob gave me permission to get into the weeds a little bit on the data, on the quality of the list. And yeah, 3 minutes, he said, and this is the nerd panel. So I'm going to go ahead and take us that direction, right? So if you got, I'd love to hear from the panel a little bit about sort of what are the challenges that you faced in getting data to facilitate some of this work. And I'm thinking broadly about that. So Tracy, I'm thinking about the work that you did to try to see, oh, can we actually figure out who's got fines and fees in Florida, right? So what's some of the difficulty around getting this kind of information that we can then what we'd like to do is put it into the hands of activists to be able to facilitate building power among justice impacted people. So what are the challenges? And when we're thinking about data quality, what should we be looking for to know whether or not the data we're working with is of high quality?
Oh, so I got my data through sometimes so let me back up. So Hannah's talking about a report, an expert witness report that I wrote in the lawsuit over Amendment 4 in Florida. And in that lawsuit, I actually was examining the quality of the information with respect to whether people could how much they owed in fines and fees. And the point was that the data aren't that good. So I don't know if there's any insight from that study about how to get data. I mean, and I think part of the issue is that, especially when people maybe first re-enter the community, they move a lot. And so it's just really, really hard to have a stable address for someone who doesn't have a stable address. And so then thinking through what are the other ways you can reach someone other than at home is probably how you can reach people. But I think that means you start you have to think really carefully about sample selection and bias in terms of who you're actually, because you're only going to be able to reach the people who have a point of contact in the community somewhere else. So I think that it really is, it's a data quality issue that reflects the reality on the ground, especially when people are recently released, that they may have a hard time finding a stable place to live, especially if they're being released to temporary housing like halfway houses and things like that. So it's just I haven't figured that out. Like all the data I work with now, I get through subpoenas. So that's not really usually what we're going to do as researchers. But yeah, that's part of the issue, is that it's reflecting the reality on the ground.
Yeah, I can attest to the fines and fees data being pretty awful. Yeah, so I mean, I get most of my data through FOIA requests to start with. Part of that is there's some relationship building and some kind of catching more flies with honey, or whatever they say. I've seen some academics who have kind of a more extractive view of what's going on in Florida, who have basically taken tried to kind of like just scrape data from court websites and this kind of stuff, and in fact have actually like jeopardized some of our relationships in doing that. And so it's like, it's not always helpful when people come in, but there's a and so then there's a so you know, I would say that the kind of the hacker way that would be natural to me, because I'm I'm definitely like someone who can write those scrapers. I would I would just caution against kind of the when you're working with kind of an adversarial system, especially if you're in a state that does not really want people to vote. And in fact, if you look at the fines and fees data in Florida, that's the point, is they just don't want people to vote. And so they've made a complicated system, multiple jurisdictions, which multiple ways of expressing what the balances are, that's not consistent in many ways. And when returning citizens actually ask, how much do I owe, they just get the runaround from the state pretty much, right? And the Department of State points you to the clerk of court. The clerk of court points you to the supervisor of elections, and they point you back the other way. And so it becomes this kind of this cycle of returning citizens not knowing what they owe, right? Or not knowing what, I don't even use the word owe. I use the word what was assessed on their case. And it is effectively kind of a modern day poll tax. I mean, we may not always call it that in the press, whatever, but that's what it is. And essentially what there's kind of two components of making sure that you can pay off or making sure that you can resolve the fines and fees for people who may have them in multiple counties, right? So if I did, I've robbed a liquor store in Miami, and then I'm in a car chase, and I, also got picked up in Broward, I might actually have, have fines and fees in both of those places, and maybe even on the same case in certain ways. And so there's a lot of this that when the legislature passed this law, they didn't really think about. All they thought about is, we don't want people to vote, right? And so we've had to kind of try as much as we can to solve some of those things, but at the end of the day, you also have to deal with the fact that any data science that we do as third parties has no teeth, right? It has no, like, I actually have a database of everyone in pretty much every returning citizen, all 1.4 million, accounted for, individualized, with their balances, with all of their cases, and I sort of wish that, I wish that the law didn't exist at all, but if we have to live under this law, I sort of wish that they would just use what I have, which actually can give people an answer, right? But that has no, that actually has no legal standing. So if I give them an answer, I'm actually putting them in jeopardy of potentially being even prosecuted at this point. And so that's a, I think that state kind of incompetence and indifference in how they manage their data, especially in the face of these kind of regimes that are trying to prevent people from voting. They call it, what Colleen Chang calls it, paper prisons, right? So they give you all this red tape and all of these fines and all of these fees, right, in order to misdirect you and to make it so complicated that you're like, man, maybe this is all right. Maybe for my driver's license, I'm gonna do this, but for my voting rights, I don't care that much, right? And that's what a lot of people do, frankly. Like that's, I mean, I got people whose fines and fees I paid, right, that don't even believe that this is this is real, right? That are so so confused by the system that they can't even like prove to themselves that there's not even like a receipt, or there wasn't. We had to go back to that clerk of court and get those receipts. But when we first paid them off, $27 million, right? It was in the news. We had big checks. We had all the, this whole bus tour going around. I had a team of impacted people that were specifically in Miami, running out of Overtown. If you know about the town and the city, we were in the town, we were in the city, and we were just going out specifically to talk to the people whose fines and fees we had just paid. And there weren't any, and the clerk of court could not even, like, they had given us a receipt that we paid it. They couldn't give the people a receipt, right? In Miami, right? Which in theory should be, should be on its game. But if you know Miami, it's not. So yeah, I'll stop there. But I think like a lot of times the state is either incompetent or indifferent on keeping these records in ways that would actually empower and enfranchise people. And so we actually have to fill in the blanks on what a state that cares for its people, that cares about its people, should actually be doing. And that's, I mean, nonprofits 101, right? Like if none of this would need to exist if we had a state that cared about its people.
Rob, did you want to add?
Sure. I mean, so I want to say something about something like a little related, but not like that specific. One of the, Tracy mentioned that lots of people, when people are released, right, they tend to move around a lot, right? There's not like, you don't get out and then just like you land at one. Most people don't land at maybe just like one spot. Usually there's a transition place and maybe another place, and then and so when we're identifying people, there's definitely a risk there that you are only going to be identifying people who are relatively more privileged, right? Who are relatively more affluent, or have more whatever economic stability or whatever it is. And so that's something I think we have to really think about. And another thing that when it comes to finding data, I mean, Minnesota, in Minnesota we were blessed with pretty relatively like good quality and both in scope and breadth or scope and depth from different data sources. And that's definitely not true. Like in Maryland, that is absolutely not true. People are very like, the courts are just not interested in giving us data, and you just really have to be really creative a lot of times. But I want to also just give a caution for, one of the, a pretty standard way to kind of, bring a couple data sets together is you kind of do a linking where you link an individual from one data set to an individual in another data set. Say, for example, you might use data from property taxes, right? Property ownership, and then link that to a voter file. But when you're linking criminal justice data, criminal justice generated data that is coming from a person going through the criminal legal system, you have to be careful about what your logic is when you're linking, right? Because they're not the criminal legal system is not like many other systems in which you don't have like a real strong incentive to give them your actual real name, right? Or like spell your name correctly, or make sure that they have your birth date exactly right, and so so like I would encourage people to consider additional options for how to link people. And there's probabilistic matching methods, and there's others. Al and I have had really long conversations about this, and some of the limitations of what exists out there. But when you're just, I just want to put that out there as a caution for people that are out in the audience, especially organizations who are interested in doing something like this, because you're going to miss a group of people, right? And ideally you'd want to get as much, quality coverage as possible. And so, and one other comment I want to make is, I come to this as an academic. These are obviously things I'm really interested in, but I also come to this from an academic perspective. And I want to encourage the organizations that are out there that if this is something that you want to do, there's likely academics or people in, sociology or law or political science or criminology in in universities or colleges in your area, who might also be interested in this and who might be really good partners with not just, kind of doing some of the, like the logistic stuff and the linking and all that, but also potentially, finding a way to do an assessment of the work that you're doing as a way to provide, to seek additional funding. This report right here that you can download at this QR code, part of this is, it's to show what we did and what we're planning to do next. And we can take this, or the Minnesota Justice Research Center can take this to a funder and say, look, this is what we did. And now this is how we're going to expand that project. And so by having that kind of built-in kind of analysis or analytical, component of it, it makes it a bit more enticing, I think, from a funder's perspective.
You're killing me here with the lack of incentive to spell your name correctly and give the correct date of birth. But I also really appreciate, the last set of comments that you offered. And that's the direction I want to take this conversation next. And I'll give another question to the panel. We can work through answers, and then I like to open it up to the audience, make space for your all's questions. But I think that, from the academic perspective, we've engaged in I and my team have engaged in a couple of different kinds of partnerships. In our very early work in North Carolina, we had a partnership with an organization there. I wouldn't characterize it as a true partnership, because mainly what we did was we worked with them and they allowed us to use, their letterhead. They, of course, helped us sort of make sure that our informational letter that we were circulating was legally correct and all of this, and they approved the language that we use. But it was really about, can we use your branding and see what happens when we use your branding versus not having any branding on a letter at all. In contrast, the partnership that we had with NJISJ was much more about centering the voices of justice impacted people, working with them to evaluate the strategies and tactics that they were already engaging. And has been a much more fruitful and productive project. And so the question that I'd like to ask is, how can we better work together as activists and academics? How can we develop partnerships that are really synergistic and productive for both parties? And what are some of the pitfalls in developing those kinds of partnerships?
So the thing that happened, I led the campaign, 1844 No More campaign, which restored the rights to 83,000 people on parole and probation in New Jersey. And as a result of that, we created what's called the Race Council, Reformed Alliance for Civic Engagement, which is all formerly incarcerated people that have become credible messengers, and most of them run their own organizations of led by formerly incarcerated people. We have the Returning Citizens Support Group. We have Transformative Justice Initiative. We have the Newark Street Team. We have all of these organizations that are part of the Race Council, which is made up of all formerly incarcerated people. And our focus was to register people that were newly enfranchised. So when the researchers came to us and they asked, how can we do this? They were the center of what we wanted people to wanted them to understand how we go about this. So they sat in on a couple of race council meetings. They spoke with each race council member individually. They utilized the race council's networks to be able to talk to other formerly incarcerated people. And so it became this synergy of the voices of people that were impacted that can have expertise in their field. They are the experts in and have an intimate knowledge of what is needed and what is going on. But researchers also have a unique viewpoint that needs to be acknowledged, and advocates understand that the difference between all of this and how they can navigate through the system to get change in the legislature. So all three of these have to look, I consider it looking at a ball. So everybody has a different perspective of the ball, and for you to understand everything about that ball to create the change that ball needs, you need all of these views, but you need all of these views to be valued in such a way that nobody is feeling like, well, the researchers are doing this because that's what they do and they understand this. But that's what we had in this fantastic group of researchers, advocates, and formerly impacted people. That's why we were able to come to have an understanding of what the questions were and how to go about the letter that I wrote that they utilized for sending this mailer out. And we know it worked because not only did they get the data that they needed on it, but I personally got letters back thanking me for sending letters out to people. And that tells me that I got to some people. I may not have gotten to everybody, but I got to some people. And I think that's the important thing is we have to make sure the whole ball is being seen so that we are creating data that is most relevant to the point of view.
Yeah, so I mean, I think at first it was, so we're a little bit unique in that I kind of play the role of both what would traditionally be done by an academic and am embedded, right? And I think that you're going to actually see more of this coming in the coming years of actually like impacted orgs having impacted scientists and researchers that have kind of the expertise in both the quantitative side of things. I mean, I've run the quantitative side of things and the kind of the organizing and the and reaching impacted community side of things. I mean, one of the main things we try to do is to get the various bad data sources that we find in the various parts of the system into kind of like organizing grade data. So like we, again, we don't use the van, we don't use any of that. We have our own tech, we have our own database, we have like 100% on our own servers. There's privacy implications for that, right? There's we can be sure that kind of our in what often happens when I guess I'll say the acronym orgs in the acronym legal orgs in the world that kind of are part of these coalitions are usually contributors and sometimes have issues knowing that they're contributors, right? As we've all seen if we're impacted, that there's actually a that sometimes these folks will essentially say, oh, it's public data, right? It's people's criminal records are public. Like we can, what do we care if we are sending lists around by email? And anybody who's impacted will say, don't send around people's, like, this should be treated like healthcare data, straight up. Like there should be like a HIPAA rule for people's criminal records, straight up, right? And people who are not impacted and have not had that that scarlet letter or seen their family have that scarlet letter don't always understand that. And so I think you're going to see that sometimes we're going to see I think more increasingly folks who have this kind of expertise. And FRC, we have a who is now a Yale law professor, who's a member of FR, who's like a founding person at FRC. Angel Sanchez did 13 years and was direct file. We have we have me, who's like a data scientist who I've run randomized control trials where the N is 500,000. Like, this is not the level that things are being done in most of the social sciences. And we have it's a blessing to be able to have that kind of capacity to even do that we can run 1,000 canvassers and we can run these big programs, because Desmond has he's been in the paint for 10 years, and now we got it. And being able to do things at that level, I think is important, and that we actually start to bring some of the capacity of the academy into either into more regular contact with or directly embedded into these organizations, which needs to be resourced and needs to be built up as the kind of the primary holders of the data, rather than kind of outsourcing that to kind of like the legal organizations who have the research capacity. I think we need to also be building research capacity within the formerly incarcerated groups, and that capacity exists. This is not, like we're out here. So yeah.
Rob, do you want to jump in?
Sure. No.
Okay. I want to do one follow-up in this question. I'd like to invite Tracy to talk through with us, as well as the other panelists. And that's, a question about how we can navigate the situation when we have incentives that are maybe not quite lined up. Maybe we have findings that are unexpected from a research perspective. We still think that they're valuable, but perhaps that value is not shared by the organizations that we're working with. And so that's the question on the table. So when we have misaligned incentives and we have findings that are underwhelming or counterintuitive, how can we navigate that relationship effectively?
So I've run into this situation because, I often find things that are not aligned with the interests of at the time. So the statement I started out making at the very beginning about the relationship between barriers to voting and how law as a barrier fits in with all the other things we think about. Like, I said that and people seem, it just kind of went through the room, not in a controversial way. But when I said that 20 years ago, everybody was up in arms about it. Because it kind of undermines, because the thought back then was that it undermines the fight for repealing laws to place the proper understanding of what the law is doing versus what everything else that's going on is doing with respect to keeping people away from polls. So my biggest asset as a researcher is my professional reputation and my neutrality. And so that is what I have to protect at all costs. And so I can't be useful to you if I have a reputation for going around and saying only things that are convenient. Likewise, that means that you as advocates, and this is, so I also so my PhD is in political science, and I also have a PhD in social policy. And so I am a person who is like, I will tell anyone, don't ever do a program evaluation, because what academics will evaluate and what we will find is not going to be, probably you're going to find like you helped something by 3 percentage points, which is not what your funders want to hear. So I think that the kinds of things we can measure are not going to be people who come back and say, you changed my life. The kinds of things we can measure are going to be in a randomized control trial. What is the effect size? of how we've changed the marginal person. And that's not something that can be well understood and encapsulated in a way that you want to hear. So I think that those incentives in terms of like both what you need in the immediate term in order to show impact, but also what you truly believe and know is a useful thing that I can't find an effect of in my trial. Those are going to be places where our incentives aren't aligned. But again, for me, it's important for me to be able to tell that story, even if it doesn't help you. So I think that's probably the biggest space where I can think of where those incentives won't be aligned. And I think you just have to understand going in that could be, but on the other hand, the way I think about it is it helps you to think about, okay, well, maybe this wasn't as effective or isn't having the kinds of impact that I thought it was. Maybe we need to switch to something else. I don't know. But I think that's kind of where those relationships might be in tension.
Yeah, I want to weigh in on this one just a little bit, and I'll have to take a different research. I am part of a research team that is the technical support team for the New Jersey Sentencing and Disposition, Criminal Sentencing and Disposition Commission. So I had to wear two hats, one as a researcher and one as somebody that's formerly incarcerated, because a lot of the information that we were trying to disseminate was what laws needed to be changed to change the racial disparity of New Jersey prison system, which has the highest racial disparity in the country. So as a researcher, I was looking at data that said 3 percentage points, 2%, something that's significant in research, right? But when you're looking at 61% of all people incarcerated in New Jersey are Black, and you're saying, well, we could change this by 3%. It doesn't sound to the advocate. It doesn't sound like how is that going to help me? How am I going to tell people? But when they say, well, you could change second-degree robbery and you could lower this by 3%. But you're only looking to change the sentencing dispute of second-degree robbery when you're talking about, and Desmond talked about it earlier, changing the language from violent to nonviolent, from violent and nonviolent offenses. That to me is totally, as an advocate, that to me is totally unrealistic. But in order to get any changes, New Jersey changed a lot of the stuff on nonviolent crimes. But what it did, it lowered the prisons, and the prison numbers went down from 30,000 down to 13,000, right? Or down to 12,000. But now it's starting to go back up. And as a researcher, I know it's going back up because you didn't change the length of time that most people are serving when they're serving mandatory minimums. But as an advocate, I have to try to push whatever changes I can get at the time. But as a researcher, I'm saying we need to change the length of time being served, because it's very simple. It adds up, right? Amount of people going in versus amount of people coming out. And the amount of people coming out is directly related to how much time they're serving. So if you want to lower the prison population and keep it lowered, then you can't just remove those that are serving the least amount of time, because you're going to fill the prisons back up with people serving mandatory minimums and what we call NERA acts, which is no early release, which is serving 85% of your time. And that's what we're finding now, is that those serving the time, the amount of time, the length of time is going up. So more people there's 71% of all people now in New Jersey prison systems that are serving a mandatory minimum of 15 years or more. It's 71%. But before this started 10 years ago, right? Before all these changes started 10, 15 years ago, right? Only 54% were serving time were serving that length of time of a mandatory minimum of 15 years or more. So now you're going to keep raising that up. The prison system population is going to explode. And that is what I, as an advocate, I want them to understand. But as a researcher, they're saying, well, you know, or as a researcher, I want them to understand that those small percentage points are going to add up. But as an advocate, I want to keep changing the narrative to we need to shut down the mandatory minimums.
Thanks, Ron. Okay, so I wanted to use the few minutes that we have left, open it up for folks who may have questions for the panelists.
I have several questions, so I need to ask Bob if I can at least ask two. I've written down three things that are at the same time complementary and conflicting. The first is that we can't use traditional methods to reach disenfranchised populations. Quality data is difficult to find, absolutely. And commercial data vendors are better than state agencies to get these data. In Kentucky, we can get a list of records of anyone who is eligible to have their voting rights restored. Those records include name and county of conviction. All identifying data is redacted. Now, we can use the VAN to do a merge purge and see those who have registered and those who have voted. But, you know, the remaining 100,000, how do we go about identifying them? Since we have no real identifying information from the Department of Corrections. And if we can't use traditional methods to use them, absent a Jewish space laser, what do you recommend that we do? And when you have a study that has an unaligned incentive or a conclusion that is in conflict with an organization's mission, do you then go back and do another test to see how that message can be massaged or changed, or how we as an organization can use your findings to change our approach and our messaging so that they both align?
Does anybody want to take a shot at the data question?
Sure. I'll just say a couple of things. So the Department of Corrections might offer, you know, whatever, you know, a limited set of data, but there potentially are other sources like the court systems. And I can say that, for example, in Kentucky, I've found data in the court system from the court system, and I've been able to use that to identify people to, we did a survey about 2 years ago, like just a kind of a test, proof of concept type thing in a couple different states, and Kentucky was one of them. And you know, I think the corrections data wasn't great. It wasn't super helpful, but the court data that we were able to get was. And again, the availability of data is going to vary so widely from state to state that every state you're going to have to just use different, you know, strategies. Like in Florida, for example, you can, you know, very easily they post data on people who are currently and formerly incarcerated in prison, and then also people who are currently on like a community supervision sentence, but not people who are formerly on a community supervision sentence or something like that. And so you have to take different strategies. So it's not that's where I say you have to be really creative and really I think do, you know, play with the cards that are dealt, and sometimes you have to really go search for those cards. And then yeah, so I'll just leave it at that. But I think it's just really about being creative. And frankly, in some places, it's you know, it's going to be a stonewall, and I don't really have a good answer for that.
Yeah, definitely. I'm, you know, when data is redacted on people's criminal records, I'm glad about that, right? Like that. Like first off, I mean, as a data scientist, now I want to contact people and whatever, but like I'm glad that in general, like, the information is redacted and is not just available to any old member of the public. Like in Florida, I mean, so I would say that in Florida, the the DOC actually only accounts for about 25-ish% of returning citizens. So you'll have the people who've been formerly and currently incarcerated, and you'll actually have another set of folks who either they did like 366 in jail and basically had like never went into DOC and whatnot, who still have the conviction and still have the scarlet letter. So you actually have to get it from multiple sources and get it from the courts as well, et cetera, et cetera. And we've built this from I think like 5 or 6 different sources now at this point, including one that's like on a jump drive that Desmond gave me. You know, there's all kinds of things within the system, but definitely the data, the public records laws in Florida are very open in ways that would make it much easier to get kind of personally identifying information. Again, I don't like that as a human and as someone with impacted family members, but I do, you know, but as a data scientist, it's great. Yeah, so I mean, we've developed a bunch of some of my work, my like open source work is used in a lot of kind of entity matching, the entity matching world, the ERIC states, the clean slate implementation. I mean, I get email like DHL uses my stuff. I don't even know how they use my stuff, but I don't get paid for it, so that's cool. So I have a lot of experience in kind of that world of trying to match really incomplete and bad and messy data sets. And you know, if I, like so good algorithms can help you in some ways. But there's also a, you know, when you're just dealing with names, you have to be pretty careful around that to not kind of erroneously match people as having a conviction, both because that can like, you know, stigmatize people. And then on conversely, you can also not match all of a person's convictions when there's actually really harsh consequences potentially. So like in Florida, where they're actually prosecuting people for voting, and you know, if you're you know, if your algorithm didn't quite get there, then it actually may have some really harsh consequences for folks. And so we take all those things really seriously. Can you remind me of your second question one more time?
Changing the approach of the message from
right. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, so one of the interesting things, and this is one of the interesting things I think about being embedded in, having a data scientist embedded in the org, right, is that this is not just one study. I'm actually doing I've done RCTs every year for FRC, and we've actually been able to improve our results each year, starting from kind of like, you know, I think the results that a lot of folks get when they begin. And so I kind of actually wear, you know, back to the two hats, you know, I kind of end up wearing two hats, where I have my advocate hat, where I'm going to try like hell up until that last day of my running my RCT. I'm going to try like hell every possible way I can think of to improve our tactics, to improve our data quality, to improve our contact rates. And then once the cutoff happens, I put on my statistician's hat, and there's not, and really just kind of in, you know, measuring what happened. And that's, but in that I'm kind of continuously doing this process, we're able to improve over time. So we see, okay, look, the phone calls are, you know, are not working like we thought they were going to work. Okay, so what are the, and then let's, you know, kind of put on an engineer's hat and diagnose that. What happened, right? And the two things that I've found was one, we've actually gotten to a place where I'm talking to friends in industry who have are way beyond what we're doing in politics. Like the data quality that we have in kind of consumer data in politics is just far behind what they have in you know, at Google and in the finance world and all these folks, right? And so I've found that kind of picking the brain of some folks who are in industry doing this it can actually be really helpful. And we found good data vendors that actually work pretty well for this population. And then the second thing was actually like the technology that we're using is pretty outdated a lot of times. So like you know, we say, okay, we made phone calls, but how did you make the phone calls? What you know what for instance, we got like a much better contact rate when we actually are able to show FL rights restore on the, so I was like going back and analyzing like, why are people not picking up the phone at the rate that they do when we're calling a member, right? And I mean, obviously the member knows us and probably has our number saved, right? And so, but most of these like commercial dialers and all the tools that the party is using and all this stuff, right? When you call a person on the phone, the most likely thing that they're going to see is scam likely, straight up. Like that's what they're seeing on the other end, and nobody cares about them. Like they're just like, oh, we made 100,000 phone calls, and people aren't thinking about the person on the other end all the time. And so I've like over time just like really tried to like hammer away to the point where I think the RCTs that we're producing now have effects that are like 4 times what we were seeing when I started. And are at the upper bound of like what's possible, or I don't know what's been studied and what's possible, because we're able to just kind of continuously test and refine our approach over time versus I think what tends to happen in when we just kind of do one study. Like, so it's you want to think about kind of just, all right, cool, we learned this year, and then how can we improve, rather than just kind of like, okay, we did a study back in 2011 or whatever, and we're just going to use that that result. It's it probably is more expensive to do that. And it needs resources, it needs time, it needs analysis. But that's kind of, I mean, I don't know. I come from the tech and engineering world, and that's what you do. You put something out there, and then you iterate on it, and you iterate on it, and you iterate on it until it gets better. And I think we gotta you gotta start from somewhere, but you can kind of continuously improve.
He's got it. I just want real quick, if the data is telling you that you have to, that what you're going to do or what you're doing is controversial to what you wanted to say, then you have to be willing to adjust your sails to understand that that's what the data says. Now, how can I get to a point where I can make it more productive? And to your first point, even when I did my research for the Sentencing Commission, right? That was a state sanctioned commission. Even then, getting data from the different departments when they don't even have the same language in their data sets is really difficult.
So I'll confess, I'm probably going to ask the hostile question in the room. I teach political science. I am not a numbers oriented person. And so that's one reason I'm here. I've always had difficulty manipulating data, reading data, understanding it. Not to say that I don't think it counts, but I'm asking in that sort of clueless context. So I'm wondering, because there are problems with getting good, high quality data when so much of it is so elusive, in some cases so purposefully obtuse and wrong. So is it time to reconsider how we define or value value data in these situations? And what are reliable, sort of literally legitimate alternatives to data-driven research? How much is that being used? How much are different methods being used to come up with the information that you all need, that folks need, that organizations need to move forward? And especially given the personal sensitivity of the data we're talking about, to what extent is it, I would say, I guess, more possible to sort of use mixed methods in terms of coming up with answers and solutions? Is it happening? Because I'm not seeing much of it, but maybe I just haven't read the right stuff.
I mean, I can take a first shot at that. The project that we did together was a mixed methods project. We started with ethnographic work, participating in the race council meetings and interviewing folks, and that's what we use to inform our treatment. But the other thing I want to say on the data quality piece, and it kind of depends on sort of what your goals are, is your goal to build a comprehensive list of people that you want to reach, or is part of your goal to kind of develop some knowledge around what is effective and what works? And so on that second point, and to your question, in the absence of data where we can build a list. Does that mean we're dead in the water? We can't learn things? I don't think so. And what I think is that there are lots of organizations like NJISJ, they were already on the ground doing the work. If we had not come in with our data, they still would have done the work, right? And so the question that I've been puzzling over is, okay, if we don't have access to a good and comprehensive list, can we work with those organizations to build some kind of list? And then can we introduce a little bit of randomization into the activities that they're already doing if they're amenable to that, which can also yield knowledge, even if it isn't relying on a comprehensive list of all the people we want to reach. Other?
Can I have a chance after the panel to just say something about that?
Sure, you can respond now if you'd like.
I just wanted to say, I think I'm not actually an academic. I just work with them and try and make some of these academic projects happen. And I think you're totally right. I mean, the quantitative data only takes you so far. It doesn't tell you the stories that we need to tell. And so the problem is, and I just want to shout out that I'm working on a project where we're trying to do something on the impact of families on fellow disenfranchisement and how we can work with the families to both help the person who's been impacted and their own responsiveness to engagement. And it's 3/4 qualitative, because how can you tell those stories without it? And so I think the biggest problem, well, this is from what I know, is funders who will fund something without the data analytics involved, because they want something where they can have numbers. And so to me, part of the issue is convincing funders that that work is really valuable and it's not just the data. So I just wanted to add that. I hope Nicole's gonna back me up.
First of all, I think this is one of the best conversations I've been to in a long time. Maybe I'm biased. But I will say, so as we wrap up this discussion, I think it's going to be important to have an understanding of what the ecosystem for the possibilities of this going forward are. So who are the funders who might be interested in this? Tova, what other states out should we be looking at in working with NGOs, advocacy groups in those states to get research or data scientists embedded in those organizations? So that's going to be a plug, because we're going to do some planning before this convening wraps up. And I really think those of us in the room, I want folks to be helping to identify next steps around that. So my question is for you, Alan, maybe the other panelists, is what states might be next in helping to identify where a data scientist could be embedded, given recent rights restorations and the work that you all highlighted on the panel today?
And we have 2 minutes to answer that question.
I'll try to be brief. Yeah, so, and I'll talk offline. I think that's a really good point about the qualitative, quantitative, and mixed methods. And in fact, a lot of even our quantitative methods are informed by people. So they start with people's stories of like, wait, my brother has this, and then like we actually try to see, okay, how many people's brothers have that, and then yeah, so happy to talk about that offline. States, okay. So, and I'm not the expert on everything, so I'm not, I shouldn't always be the one to answer some questions, but I think that I know we're working closely with Minnesota right now on their recent win. I think it's important to, I think it's important to stay grounded in, the reason I chose Florida. I'm from Brooklyn. I don't live in Florida. I go there because I speak Spanish sometimes, but that's it, right? But one of the things one of the reasons I chose Florida is that has the single highest number of Black people who are impacted by felony disenfranchisement. And that actually came out of the Sentencing Project report. Like that was the 2016 lockdown. Like that was the thing I read, and while I was down there talking to people in Spanish, I was just like, oh, wait, there's all these other people who can't vote. And that was, and that's a big part. I think we need to stay grounded in a racial analysis on everything we do, because that's just fundamental to this country. And so I do think that, and at the same time, it's also important to support the wins, right? Like when when you have a win like Amendment 4, there's a lot of momentum behind your sales. Some of that is all the things that Desmond talked about, and funder capitalism, and people having fickle interests of whatever. Some of that is based on the political importance or perceived political importance of states to funders and so forth. So in terms of states that we know, the states that have recent wins, we got Minnesota, we got New Mexico, and then we know kind of the swing states and that also have some recent wins, which would be like Michigan, for instance, just passed the clean slate. Shout out to Michigan, about 1 million people getting their records cleared. And so those are the states that are kind of, or those are some of the areas that are on my radar. But I think the three kind of fundamental like geographic blocks that I look at in this work is the South, right? That's where the most Black people are impacted and where the most Black people live. And surprise, surprise, the highest criminal justice rates. And then 0 minutes. Okay, I told you I don't do anything in 2 minutes. And then the Midwest and the Southwest, I think, are the kind of the states where I'm looking at.
I'm going to assert moderator's privilege and just give the final comment, which is my team is going to be working in Texas and Georgia. I won't be able to be here tomorrow, but we are actively looking for partners in the 2024 election cycle. So my name is out there, spread it around. And if anybody wants to work with us, we're looking for partners. But the other thing I want to say is which is a point that Desmond made during his talk, which is that, okay, rights restoration means that more and more people are becoming enfranchised, but there are people across the states who are eligible voters with felony convictions. And so we should not be limited to states who are having recent wins, right? There's just a lot of work to be done across all the states.
Okay, excuse me. Welcome everybody to the panel on lessons from directly impacted led campaigns. I am Christina Rivers. I teach political science at DePaul University, and I work with folks at Stateville Correctional Center. And I also have the honor, and I'm going to be hugging up on her a lot, Katrina. Chicago Votes lets me work with them often to do voter registration at Cook County Jail, and then with Ami Gandhi over there, poll watching at Cook County Jail. So I am very fortunate to be able to work with these folks. I'm really honored to be here. I'm just the moderator. So what we're going to do is we came up with a series of questions, 1 or 2 for the panelists. We want this to be really conversational. So I think we're going to kind of run through some of these questions first, and then we really want to open it up to the audience because, there's 50 states, there's 11 jails if we're talking about jail voting, and we only know a fraction of what's going on up here. So we want to hear more about what's going on in other states that haven't come up yet. So that is my introduction, and I'm just going to jump straight into questions. And can you each briefly introduce yourself as you take on a question? So the first question has to do, or really kind of the context has to do, I am supposed to give a little introduction here. Oh no, you're doing this, James. Sorry, this is on you. James, where about you? Mark, you're Marcus, okay. Am I looking at the right one? Oh, I am, okay. So now I'm really gonna wing it so I can find the questions again. So I think we want to start out with very basic. What are the successes that you all have accomplished or know about in terms of directly impacted led campaigns? Oh, right. Wait, is this one? No, it's this one. That's us. Education, that's what it is. Sorry. It all, okay. So let me rephrase that. One of the things we encounter when we're registering voters is we often get the question, we really do want to register, we really do want to vote. Oh, I need to go call my mother to find out who go vote for. I've actually heard somebody say that when we were voting, poll watching at the jail. So there's a problem in getting information to voters, be it about just the basic process, how to register, how to fill out this particular ballot, especially if people haven't voted on a machine before. Or if you got jurisdictions with different equipment. And then there's the more content questions. What does a comptroller do? That was a question that I got once, couldn't answer it. So there's that. So what do you find as some of the biggest challenges with respect to both substantive information and procedural information when it comes to voter education, both for voting in jail or for creating voter education programs either in prisons or for people who are released? We'll start with you. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I'm Katrina Fidd. I'm the communications director at Chicago. Hello, everybody. I'm Katrina Fidd. I'm the communications director at Chicago Votes. And I've had the privilege of being one of Dr. Rivers' students while in college. And then now I get to work with her going inside Stateville and doing voter registration in Cook County Jail. I would say there's a couple of things when having initial conversations with people, specifically in the jail, well, everywhere. I think breaking down the difference between jail and prison and your rights in these facilities and starting the conversation with them understanding, yes, you are in jail right now. If you're pretrial, you have the right to vote. If you do get convicted, you will lose the right to vote while serving your conviction. However, that right is automatically restored upon release. And then also telling them, go tell people that, like, I'm telling you this, but now tell people you know as well. And then also correcting misinformation on permanent felony disenfranchisement. There's kind of the overall idea that people in Illinois will lose the right to vote forever. That isn't true, but a lot of people who have records in Illinois think that. So just correcting that information and doing things along that. And then in addition to that, another thing is sending in information about all of the candidates and sending in nonpartisan information to the candidates. So at Chicago Votes, we send in voter guides every election to Cook County Jail. And that's been a learning process. So we are continuing to do so, and I can talk more about that later, but I think making sure people know their rights in the different stages and the different facilities of incarceration, and then making sure they have access to that nonpartisan information, that's fun and engaging too. We don't want to just send in really boring, inaccessible, hard to understand materials. We want to send in information that's culturally relevant and it feels like it's coming from their peers.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marcus Jackson, advocacy based on lived experience or ABLE. We're out of Kentucky. This is what we do. We focus on civic participation for our people. And when I say our people, we're talking about currently or formerly incarcerated people, people in active addiction or recovery, or the loved ones of those individuals. What we're seeing in Kentucky, and I'm proud to say that these efforts have been spearheaded by a directly impacted person in Kentucky, Savvy Shabazz, who's actually in the room, and Life Coach Each One Teach One reentry fellowship. And for us, it's people don't know what's going on. You know, like the people that are in the jails that are so-called the people that should be in the know. They really don't know if someone is capable of voting while they're inside or not. In Kentucky, our Constitution specifically prohibits people with some penal offense. If you're under the order for some penal offense in Kentucky, you are prohibited from voting. And what's confusing about that is that you can be there for a misdemeanor. So in Kentucky, you're losing your right to vote for a misdemeanor offense, okay? That's really, really concerning. But I think most importantly is like being able to connect the dots for individuals that are incarcerated. Because why should we vote? You know, I'm directly impacted. I am disenfranchised, currently disenfranchised right now. I'm not on probation or parole or anything like that. And it's still one of those questions of like, well, what about me? You know, and why are you working in this system if this system ain't even helping you? So it's really connecting the dots that day to day of why it matters to me and how I can use my voice in another way, because even though I can't vote, there's a lot of things that I can actually do to influence my family members to be engaged and get up off the sidelines and be that voice for me and kind of protect me.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Stephanie Puello. I'm really honored to be here. I'm originally from Florida, but I live in Colorado now. And I'm a PhD student, so kind of bringing in my research lens. I also volunteer, have started volunteering last year with CCJRC. There's Kyle. CCJRC is the Colorado Criminal Justice Reform Coalition, and they do a lot of work, a lot of meaningful work within the community. So what I've volunteered with them is in doing jail-based voter registration drives and voting drives. So through that, I've learned that to reiterate a previous point is certainly knowing your rights and emphasizing what folks' rights are, particularly when there have been recent policy changes. So in 2019 in Colorado, it was changed where folks who are on parole may now vote. So just kind of reiterating that and making sure that folks know that. And in Colorado, compared to, I guess, it's not a perfect system, but compared to a lot of other states, pretty much everyone other than those who are currently serving time for a felony conviction can vote. So as soon as you're released, and also if you're being held pre-trial, you can also vote. So emphasizing and making sure that folks know what their rights are. Then CCJRC actually led a survey within the jails where they learned the top 3 things for folks, essentially what folks were asking, what it is that they wanted to learn while they were incarcerated. And they suggested that being in jail alone made the process too difficult for those who didn't vote. They also suggested that they didn't know enough about the issues, or they didn't know enough about the candidates to make essentially a decision, or to actually actually cast their ballot if they could vote. So making sure that for those that are interested in doing trainings within the jails, within prisons, making sure that they have that information, and in many cases has to be nonpartisan, or I guess bipartisan, for the sake of being able to provide that access, because in some states they will bar any kind of partisan flyers or information shared. And I think be it in that experience as well as in my own interviews and things that I've done through my research, for those who have been released, I think one of the most important things that I keep reminding myself is that for folks that are disengaged or might not be voting, even if they can vote, part of it is that we're not changing their material conditions. So yeah, maybe they can vote, but if they are still struggling with homelessness or with substance abuse or whatever other issues that voting alone does not solve, like that is also a big indicator of who will or won't be engaged, like whether it's money, time, resources, or whatever the or whatever kind of resources folks need to be able to vote. Many of them still don't have it. So ultimately just having the vote alone, or having the right to vote alone, is not enough if they don't actually have additional resources. So that's kind of part of the process in terms of trying to make sure that even if you can't provide the resources yourself, that you are providing at least like some kind of direction as to here's where you can go to, to, if you need food, if you need shelter, if whatever the case might be, is making sure that you can at least help direct them in that way.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marilyn Jaraita. I am the Justice and Democracy Coordinator at Common Cause, a grassroots organization working to advance equity for all, equal representation, equal rights, but also making sure everybody can be able to participate in the democratic process that we are all taking part of. And some people are being denied because of their status. So I'm kind of the wild card in this group. I'm also part moderator, wanting to know a lot more about what everybody in this group, in this community is doing, and especially my panelists up here. So I'm here to ask some questions, especially some questions that I've been thinking about throughout the conference and being in communication with a lot of y'all and hoping to get a little bit more out of this conversation. So I'm actually gonna push it back to the panelists and talk a little bit more about what were the challenges that you all faced. Excuse me. What are the challenges that you all faced, and how do you navigate some of the challenges that you've seen, even if it's been even within Chicago with the Civics Education Act being passed, seeing what are the implementation challenges that you faced or hurdles that you've needed to kind of overcome as you're getting the civic education in the jails.
I'll start with that.
So one of the challenges, and so in Illinois, the students with whom we work at Stateville Correctional Center wrote a bill that became a law that mandates voter education as part of the exit process. And that was a really thrilling experience that I could sit here and talk to for hours, but I will spare you that part. So the good news is that it passed. The good news is it was written entirely on the inside. The good news is I can say that now, because when we were writing it, we really couldn't say that. The good news is it passed with overwhelming majorities, very, very few dissenters. They very strategically named it the Reentering Citizens Civics Education Act. So it's kind of hard to vote against civics. And of course, it had to be citizens because you have to be a citizen to vote, right? The bad news is it went into effect in January of 2020. And so we were supposed to, part of the law calls for civics activists, civil rights types organizations, instructors, attorneys, folks like Chicago Votes to go into the facilities and train the peer educators, and then they would train themselves afterwards. And so needless to say, our implementation of it just really got delayed. I think we had one session in Springfield where we trained what ended up being staff. We weren't even able to go inside at that point. So implementation has been slow. We had anticipated it would be slow because departments of corrections, right? But nobody was anticipating COVID. So the good news, I'm going to end with good news there, is Chicago Votes with Alex Boutros in particular. I don't know if she's in this room today, but all roads point to her. She and some other colleagues at Chicago Votes have been coordinating multi-institutional training session, thanks to now that we can meet on Zoom. And so she'll be in on one call, and there may be 5 windows of 5 or 6 peer educators from 5 or 6 institutions. So we've been able, Chicago Votes has been able to really make up, and Chicago Lawyers Committee, for a lot of this delayed training. Another challenge, to Katrina's point, was coming up with a curriculum that was engaging. You know, I teach political science. I know how boring that stuff is. It's always a challenge finding an engaging textbook, and we couldn't just use the textbook. So it was a real challenge to come up with something that was engaging, that was interesting, that was relevant, that was historical, that didn't come across as partisan. And then we were told by the DOC to write it at the 5th grade level. And so we ran that past the folks in the think tank, and they pushed back against that. And so we ended up writing it at, you know, I would say more of a high school level. And there were some articles that we kind of translated, if you will. But we did not go to the 5th grade level. As far as we know, I don't think that's been an issue, but we were worried that it would get rejected by the DOC. It wasn't. But just challenges and, you know, getting the curriculum in people's hands, making sure that it is the peer educators running these workshops, not the staff, because to the points that were made in the earlier session today, or an earlier session, the whole point of this was to have this educational process being between peers, not coming from staff or counselors or anything like that. So we think we have the curriculum pretty good. The only problem there is it tends to get longer and longer, which is not something we wanted to do with periodic updates. So really still trying to keep it concise, I think, is the main challenge, one of the main challenges that we still have, and still getting everybody trained. I don't think everybody yet is, or people are trained at every institution, but we're happy with the recent progress.
I'll say, going off of that, we're also working to translate the curriculum into Spanish. So right now it is only available in English, and we're well aware that language accessibility is a must. So we're working to translate it into Spanish. And then we're also working to infuse more art into the curriculum, because that was something that people on the inside asked for. So we're working to get more illustration and things from directly impacted people. In the jail specifically, I'll speak to when going in to register people to vote. We go in, and sometimes we go into a big room, and the COs are in charge of bringing people down and then making an announcement in the tier. And then sometimes we're lucky enough to be able to go tier to tier and make the announcement ourselves. So really trying your best to advocate to be able to make announcements yourselves and not leave it up to the COs is really important, because a lot of times they fumble the language. They're really harsh with their delivery. and they're not connecting the dots. So when I go into the tier, I always make the announcement, hello, we're nonpartisan. We're here to register you to vote. Just so you know, there's judges up for election on the next ballot. So your judge might be one of the judges. And then I also always make sure to mention that registering to vote, that voter registration card in Illinois is a state ID. It's a form of state ID, and it makes getting an actual ID much easier. So trying to tie things into your messaging that don't directly correlate to voting, but correlate a little bit more to the material needs or the direct needs of people is super important. And then in terms of election information and ballot information ahead of the elections, we create voter guides. And one of the challenges with that is like the actual requirements or barriers the jail puts up in different drop-offs. So for example, the voter guide has to be printed on newspaper paper, not other paper, and it can't have staples, so that we have to go through a local printer, like a newspaper, like a small newspaper in Chicago, and they print our voter guides for us. That was something that we weren't told initially. So that has been something that we had to learn. And then once we drop off like 3,000 voter guides physically into the jail, but making sure that they're actually being distributed is another problem. Because right now, the way we've been doing it is we coordinate with the jail administration, who seems very much in support. They're like, yes, we're going to make sure we distribute the guides. And then they get sent to the different tiers, the different divisions, and it's up to the correctional officers to distribute the guides. So I'll go in and I'll talk to the guys. I'll be like, hey, have you seen that voter guide, the one with the art on the inside? And they'll be like, no, but I saw a huge stack of newspaper voter guides in the locked room. And so that's happened to us a number of times where we've delivered thousands of voter guides, and many of them have just sat in locked rooms and not reached people. So now we're trying to think through ways to address that. In Cook County Jail, most people have tablets now. So we're working with the jail administration to get our voter guides distributed digitally through the tablets and the TVs to completely bypass correctional officers. So it's kind of a learning thing, but that's a huge thing. And then also, all of our voter guides are themed, they're colorful, they're not black and white. We have artwork. In February, we had artwork from King Musa, who's the artist doing the exhibit over there in the middle. So the middle of the voter guide was a huge poster. So people could like take that poster out and use it as art in their cells. Now Cook County Jail has a paper ban, so we'll see how that works. But yeah, I would say those are kind of the challenges we've come through, and just constantly evolving tactics to address kind of the barriers that will inevitably pop up within the institutions.
Yeah, thank you. We're really at the beginning. We're just starting to really get into our jails and our prisons, because people really didn't care. People didn't really, the average person did not even consider people that were incarcerated could vote, whether they were in jail precincts or anything like that. So we're really approaching it on two different levels. So one thing, and I had to humble myself on this because I had served 10 years in prison. I felt like I really had my, finger on the pulse of what was going on inside of prisons. However, I'm 5 years removed now. This year will be 5 years that I've been home. So things have changed in prison. And what I believe when we were creating our curriculum and really start to have those discussions, it was like, we came up with all these things that, hey, this needs to be in there, this needs to be in there. And what was so humbling is that we have a group of legal aides. Everyone know what, our prison lawyers are and things. We have a group of legal aides that we work with. So we influence, we work with them to try to influence policies and then tell us what's going on inside and how to change things. And I think they only accepted 2 of the things that we had on that curriculum. The rest of that, it did not matter to them. That's not what they wanted to worry about or what was going to actually move the population at that time. But the one thing that stuck out the most and that I'm so proud of with it is, and I didn't think about it, was the commissary. How in Kentucky, commissaries are bid, those contracts are bid on. Never thought about it. So for me, it's really important that we allow the people inside, the people that are actually being impacted by the things today, not 5 years ago, to really lead this work, and we just really be a platform in creating that curriculum for them.
The only thing I think I have to add to that, as a volunteer in Colorado, is really, there's varying levels of enthusiasm among the jail administrators, or the folks that are like actually escorting us. So, sometimes they make it very difficult. Sometimes they make it simple. There's sometimes where they'll say you can only visit certain units for today, and they don't really give us a direct answer as to why we can't visit the other ones. At least that's what I've had from my experience. But if I could actually kindly tell Kyle to share. So Kyle is here with, again, with CCJRC, and because they've actually carved out this partnership with the jails, I just don't know if you have anything to add to some of the issues that you've all experienced.
So we have a voter guide. It's like a basic civic education. It's actually on the app under the voting from jail access parts. So please go take a look at it. But so what we do is we have a deputy take us to each pod, and then we distribute it. We announce we're there to give it out, and we put it into their hands, because we ran into it so many times where we're like, hey, here's this box. They're like, oh my God, you guys are the best people in the world. They like went over there. And the same thing with, we have these palm cards that have like circumstances, examples of if you're eligible to vote or not, and it has a copy of the law on the back so they can understand where their eligibility is. We go and put it in their hands because it just disappears into the wilderness. And then we have some deputies that we are getting escorted around by that are just like, why are you here? Why are you doing this? Like, you can't go into this. All these people are crazy. You don't want to go talk to them. You don't want to go talk to these people. They're causing problems. And we're like, no, we really want to go talk to these people. Like, you don't understand. No, 100%.
And even like sillier things. And I remember the last time I went in, just like which walls you can put a flyer in. So that's hard to navigate when folks are not very clearly not as interested as you are in, providing resources or trainings to folks.
So can I add one other challenge to that I forgot? One of the most difficult things that I've observed as a poll watcher is in certain divisions, people voting handcuffed. So in Division 9, which is our highest security division, for a while, and if Stevie's here, he can correct me, I don't even think for a while they were letting female volunteers go register people to vote. Till now, yeah. But they did let me in and some others in as a poll watcher, and they lined the men up. They took off, in one case, they took off the cuffs long enough for them to sort of fill out certain paperwork, but they had to vote in cuffs. The last time I went, same division, they were still in their cuffs, and they had, and I made note of all this, Ami. There was a CO standing in front of each voter. You had the partition, but they were standing about 4 feet away, which it took all my energy not to say, like go off. And I went and asked one of the poll workers, I said, are you okay with this? Because it's not like they were talking to them, but it didn't seem appropriate. And she was like, oh yes, that's fine. They're keeping us safe. And so one of the things we have to learn is not everybody should be going in there to do this work, even if they're qualified as poll workers, right? And so we have commented on, we've reported, commented on, suggested that they not keep people in shackles. One year they brought the women's division from one unit to another, and they did not take the shackles off while they were voting. And it was just the worst thing, and yet the most admirable thing to watch, right? But that shouldn't be happening. And a similar thing, a couple of times we were registering to vote. I was with y'all registering to vote. And I think in the earlier times, there was a significant number of like retired COs, retired police officers that would go in. And I think they were well-intended, but they were COs and police officers. And so sometimes that attitude would come out as they were assisting with people. One person was very rude to everybody who was voting. And then I was sitting next to one person. He said, well, I hope I don't see anybody that I've arrested. I was just like, oh my God. So I think that's changed too, but these are things to be thinking about when you're setting up folks to go in and register, to go in and poll watch, that type of thing. And I don't know if anything can be done about the shackling, but I did want to call that out because again, the significance of seeing people taking the initiative to vote in those shackles was amazing, but it was heartbreaking and infuriating at the same time.
Going off of that, I think also some other examples I've seen while poll watching in the jail are poll workers not being able to pronounce the names of candidates on the ballot. So you have people who struggle with being able to read. So the poll worker is then supposed to read out the ballot. I was sitting there in the women's division and we have all kinds of names. I mean, this is Chicago. And she just destroyed every single name. Like it wasn't like none of the candidates sounded like they're, and I was like, if I was trying to do my ballot based off this, I wouldn't know who to vote for because none of these names, she's not pronouncing the Spanish names correctly. The Polish name, it's like, no, it was a mess. So that is a huge, I think poll workers need to be like, that's something to advocate for. Like you need to know the ballot, you need to be able to pronounce it and read it out correctly. Another thing I overheard was obviously pens are a huge thing you have to keep track of while you're in the jail. And a poll worker didn't know that. So a pen went missing and she was like, oh, he was the last one I was with. So then it's like this guy is getting shoved up against a wall, harassed because they think he stole a pen when the poll worker, who's just an elderly person, just didn't keep track of it and didn't know the consequence of that in a jail. So working with the election authorities to make sure that poll workers are properly trained and understand you're going into a jail and these are some rules and you need to be a little bit more aware of things in this space are also super important things to get across.
So just to sort of riff off of that, I want to sort of keep on a positive note, not to be too Pollyanna-ish. We know there's a whole huge mountain of challenges. We could talk about that forever. I wanted to turn more to a little bit more, we've talked about this initially, but how some of these challenges have been overcome. What are some of the best practices that have worked? Where else have folks had to really sort of rethink their practices on how to get this going? So yeah, if we could just sort of look more at solutions and ways that things that you've done to overcome more beyond what we've talked about here.
So yeah, one thing that we were missing, and just for a little context, I'm a person that believes that reentry has to begin the moment that you step into a prison or an institution, right? So with that in mind, and there's a lot of like support that we actually need that's available for us, but it's not often utilized. So what we do is we have that incarcerated working group of people that are currently incarcerated that we lean on and we share materials with, and we try to get a greater understanding of really, we're trying to follow their lead when it comes to these things inside. But we also have a group of family members, their loved ones that they're trusting us with to come in and have meetings and then have these discussions, and so that they can work as a team to educate each other, because some people receive things differently from different people. So where you're willing to be vulnerable with me as your brother or your loved one, you may not be as vulnerable with a professor or someone from the outside or just some random person that's been incarcerated before. So for us, that has like really changed a lot. And it gives our people something to talk about. It gives our people that are currently incarcerated an opportunity to, one, feel like they belong. And for anyone that's ever been incarcerated, you know how important and what an impact that feeling of belonging has when you are making a positive, or when you're having any type of positive influence on your family's lives and the conditions that they're currently experiencing, because we're not there. As a man, I always felt like it was my obligation, my duty to protect my children and my family. I had to be the protector. But when we're gone, it's in the wind. So we try to acquire knowledge and new skills. And I'm a firm believer in people using the tools that they're comfortable using and that are available to them. At one point in time, this was a problem solver for me. If I couldn't, when I couldn't respond any other way to accomplish things I wanted to, I resorted to these. But inside of prisons, when I started seeing how I can in fact impact change with policy or through the law office or things like that, this meant nothing no more. So it's connecting those dots and keeping our families together, one functioning like a family. And for the incarcerated person to actually feel like we have something to offer our families now instead of being an obstacle that they have to overcome from being with us. So we kind of like tackled a bunch of different issues in one thing, but the underlying goal is to reconnect families and to make incarcerated people feel like they still belong within their families.
Something I add really quickly, as you all were sharing with the challenges and adversity, as Desmond Mead kind of phrased it, that you've been facing as we've been tackling civic education, is the support of like coalition groups and maybe even resistance partners and directly impacted folks, and like making sure that they're a part of that fight and making sure that you're in community with them, because this work does get hard and tough and you're going to face these obstacles, but finding a group that can get you through the planning, get you through the implementation after getting those calls, pushing the jails to actually get those voter guides out and get them into the hands that they need to. I believe that that support and like coalition kind of building skills, or maybe even just guidance from the resistance partners is essential in that. And maybe you can speak a little bit more to it.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to add more of some of the things that I've learned either through my research and my interviews or through my service, be it with CCJRC or others. I think one of the biggest things that I've learned is that it's important to talk about civic engagement more broadly. Of course, voting is important, but talking about other avenues, particularly for those who have been released, for folks who have already been released, which seems to be that when people are already engaged with their communities, they end up, it's kind of a pipeline to voting anyway. So I think it's really important to like understand if people are apathetic, that they have all the right in the world to be about voting, and if they're disenchanted with the process. Essentially, like instead of trying to come to them with like platitudes of like, if you can't vote, if you don't vote, don't complain, or whatever the case might be. I don't think that that's a good strategy. I think it's being empowering to folks about, whether they can vote, but then it's also like, how do you engage with your community in different ways? And how do you even conceptualize the idea of civic engagement? Because not everybody's definition of civic engagement isn't just casting a ballot. And also people think that you cast a ballot and that's it. You've done what you came to do, and everything's kind of wrapped up that way. So I think that really talking about it as in a broader sense, accepting folks for where they are, getting them involved in however many different ways. Because a lot of people do think that protests is a better way of being engaged, and rallies are a better way of being engaged, or frankly, just caring about your neighbor is a better way of being engaged. And all of that is valid also. And then I've also noticed that for a lot of folks, it seems that it's not even about whether or not they cast a ballot. It's not about whether they vote. It's about the right to do so and the humanizing aspect of that. And I think, kind of starting the conversations off that way, and how important that is for people to just feel like they belong and that they're part of their community. I've found that that's very important to how you approach civic education in general. I think both in these sessions, previous sessions, there's been a lot of stress on, of course, having these educations or trainings be peer-led, and I can't emphasize that enough, of how it's important to have folks with experience leading these trainings. And then the only thing I'll add to that is how important it is to continue the relationships afterward, especially again after people have been released, or whatever the case might be, where you can't just show up during the election cycle and that's all, but continuing to keep folks engaged. So I know that CCJRC has like a newsletter. They have folks sign up, whether their phone or email. And they keep them engaged, let them know what events are happening, letting them know kind of what may be happening around the community or sharing resources. And I think all of that is important in terms of wraparound services.
Thanks. I really want to emphasize your point, Stephanie, and I think, James, you had brought this up in one of our meetings too, the importance of honoring those folks who and respect this notion of voter abstention as a form of process or form of protest. You know, there's one thing to say, I don't want to be bothered. But there are various reasons, various principles for which people don't want to vote, whether it's as a form of protest or other deeply held beliefs that they have. So even though we want people to vote, it is very important to respect those who have really principled objections or limitations on voting. And I think we can do that while we still obviously encourage voting as a whole. So at this point, I'm going to ask the audience a couple of questions, all of us, but the audience as well. We want to learn from you. What are your thoughts about how you think it's best to connect the connections or make the connections of the importance of voting while in jail for those who are eligible, most of whom are, the importance of voting in prison for those few who can, and for pushing for that, connecting that to the importance of voting while free or when free. So that's one question. And then your thoughts on how can we better center the voices and the experiences of those who are directly impacted into these efforts to expand the vote to those folks. So yes.
No, you're not. Jumping off the stage, I should have jumped up there. So this is it's immoral. We're talking about a system that keeps women in shackles that are pregnant sometimes, and they're expected to give birth with shackles on. We're talking about voting with shackles on. But in Delaware, where I live, we advocated for the youth not to have to wear them. Juveniles don't have to wear shackles anymore because we protested and we spoke and we brought organizations together, and political leaders did what they were supposed to do, what was morally right. Pregnant women, I think that the hospital, the staff, they have the discretion to say that they need to have shackles on. That's crazy. But voting, I never really thought about people voting with shackles. And when I was locked up in 2008, when Obama won, I was in the hole and I was on pretrial and I had the right to vote. I didn't know that. But when the security, when they, or the guards, can't call them security, they're not really keeping people safe in there, really. But I don't know if they would be keeping you safe or you safe when you come in there. I don't know what they would be doing. Just like when you give them paperwork to give out to everybody and it's not going where it needs to go, you know, people in jail deserve to have the right. And I do have a question about Chicago, about what's it called, Cook County Jail? It's a jail. So they're waiting for trial like I was waiting for trial back in 08. How long do they sit in this jail and where do they go after that typically? What prison do they go to? Do you guys know?
People are in that jail. People can be in there as short as, very transient. I met someone who was there for 6 years. There's people who've been there for 10 years.
Waiting for trial.
Mm-hmm.
We got a 6th Amendment that says that we have a right to a speedy trial.
Yeah. So there's people there for a very long time. And then during the pandemic, they had put like a pause on prison transfers. So the population was increasing because people would be convicted, but waiting in the jail because they couldn't be transferred to prisons. Now, I mean, they can be transferred from Cook County Jail to like basically any of the prisons in the state. they all have different, depending on if they get sent to maximum, if they get sent to medium. I mean, any of the prisons kind of, yeah.
In Colorado, what is the situation where you volunteer or where you work?
In terms of, like,
The
in terms of how
the
long?
Jail and the prison, how long are they sitting in this jail where people are going, they're voting from jail, they're not voting once they're sentenced, right?
Right. I don't have the data in terms of, I don't know if you know, in terms of like where folks go, but I get the sense in terms of like how long they're there. It doesn't seem like it's very long, at least in the Arapaho. Because even from, for example, if I do a volunteer service on September and then I go in October, there's a lot of turnaround. At least that's the sense that I've gotten, but. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's a sense that I've gotten.
Chicago, do that.
Yeah, there's sometimes that I go and I'll see like familiar faces, but for the most part, I'm talking to new people. Yeah.
The benefits, well, no, I wouldn't even phrase it that way. I would say that when we go in, because some of the people have been there for like years, we're able to build relationship and trust with them. So when we go in and we say we're with Chicago for the Votes, they're like, oh, y'all have been coming in here for every month for years. And they trust us to some extent to tell us the issues that they're experiencing in the jail. They tell us when they don't get the voter guides. They feel safe coming to us to tell us certain things. So that goes into the relationship building part of it, but it is so important to be going in there regularly in order to build trust and to see people, because like I'll go into Division 6 and I know I'm going to see some of the people that I went in and gave a civics talk with, and they come and we talk. They're like, oh, Brandon Johnson won. I told you so. And I'm like, I couldn't tell you I wanted that, but so being able to do that, I will say, in terms of like successes, despite all of the hurdles and barriers we are facing, we have had a ton of success. I mean, the voter turnout rate in Cook County Jail is higher on average than it is usually throughout the rest of the city. So we know that. And also in terms of getting in information, we partner with the University of Chicago, their political department, and we go in and give civics talks ahead of elections. So we'll have like a group of 30 guys and we'll sit in there for like an hour or two and just go deep into the information on the ballot, getting into the weeds of things. So we're doing some sort of like peer education, and then from there they can branch out there as well.
I'm going to go deep into Georgia real quick while I got the mic. Fulton County Jail. People have been dying there in the jail. I don't know how many people are dying in Cook County Jail, but nobody should die in jail. Colorado, 10 days in jail. That's how it should be. LaShawn Thompson, this guy that got eaten by bed bugs, this person that was in prison, he was only in that jail for 3 months. A schizophrenic man. I don't know if you guys have seen the pictures of what happened. That family was awarded $2 million. But that doesn't take the place of a young man, a son, a brother. And with that, I'm glad that you're doing the work that you're doing. When I was locked up, if you came to visit me, I would have been very happy. And you're coming with freedom in a way, voting, a voice, but 10 days like Colorado, they shouldn't get to know you. They shouldn't know that. They shouldn't have that rapport with you. They shouldn't because they shouldn't be there for that long. It's the Bill of Rights. It's supposed to apply to everybody, right? Except for that 13th Amendment, right? You got to get rid of that exception, right? Why do I got the mic for this long?
That's okay.
Hey, Antoinette Ratcliffe with Initiate Justice. And I just wanted to respond because I believe the question you asked is like, what are some things that we may be doing that is working to motivate people to actually vote, particularly people who are justice impacted? And something that I've seen that has been successful, I heard one of y'all speak about not using the sort of like scare tactic of like, if you don't vote, then this, or if you don't vote, then I've seen the inverse of that actually be really productive in terms of demonstrating or showing actual wins, for instance, that were swayed by just a handful of voters. Just last year, we were going into reentry facilities, so like reentry housing. And because we restored the right to vote in California for people on parole, so we were going into reentry houses and educating them about their new right to vote. And that is something that that folks were really compelled by, which was there was an election. I believe it was like in one of the LA, greater LA like cities. So LA County's big. So one of the smaller cities where one particular ballot measure or vote for something was swayed by like 23, like the difference in votes was only 23 voters that made that measure either pass or fail. And in a room full of 23 people, it's compelling to see that can change the outcome of something. And so I've seen that work. And then also identifying various issues that have been impacted by just voting in general that do directly affect the people that you're talking to. So those are two things, like literally the inverse of the tactic that you mentioned that we probably shouldn't be using. The inverse of that I think has been really effective in just like moving people for them to see. And you can get that on your election, hopefully like your local or county elections, you can see by how many votes something may have won or lost. And that's been helpful to demonstrate.
Thank you. Yeah, we definitely do that here in Chicago with 50 aldermanic districts. You often have those little 2 and 3 number victories. So that's a very good thing to emphasize to everybody, really, to all the naysayers who say, oh, my vote doesn't count, in local elections, especially, that's not actually that true. So thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, first, political science is not boring. In New Jersey, when I was incarcerated, NJ Step started a college program in prison. And one of the first classes I was in was a political science class that was the history of voting disenfranchisement of Black people in the country. So in the beginning of that class, there was a lot of naysayers. My vote don't matter. I'm only taking this class because I need a political science class, right? But the way the class was taught and the historical nature of the ebb and flow of the enfranchisement of Black people after the Civil War to the Jim Crow after Reconstruction, the Jim Crow de-escalation or voting rights of Black people to civil rights. By the end of that, people were, how can I get my children to understand this and learn about this in their school if I don't have the right to vote for the school board that is choosing the curriculum, right? So we took that, some friends of mine, and we took that and ran with it, and we started utilizing people incarcerated to start teaching the nature of voting and why it's valuable, why it's important. Now, various people use different methods, and a credible messenger has to use their proper way that they do it in order to be real. Because if in prison, if you're not real, people gonna know. I did 30 years in prison, and believe me, people know when you're not being real. And the reason Chicago Votes works is because you come in all the time. And I'm from New Jersey. I'm not from Illinois, but I've heard. But you come in all the time with the same message and the same reality, and people know you're real. So that's an important factor. You have to be real, and that's an effective tool.
I do. I think with any of these efforts to do voter education, whether in jail or not, is what? Okay. To include that as much as you can, that history. So I close out my class at Stateville. The last couple of weeks is on felony disenfranchisement, prison-based gerrymandering, lack of voter access in jail. Same thing. You know, there's sort of not so much interest in the beginning until we get to that. By the way, that same thing happens in my classes on campus, traditional campuses. So for instructors here, that's a really good thing to add into your curriculum if you can, because people talk about that. So yeah, and it does become, you know, that phrase, each one teach one, because folks will take that information to the next person. So I think to the extent that folks have the space or the time to include even something brief on that history, because there's brief coverages that you can use, that really tends to bring this issue really, really home. Is that it? My time.
Good afternoon. Everybody can hear me because I heard somebody say good afternoon. How about over here? Can you hear me? All right. So if you are here to learn about effective coalition communications in the space that we find ourselves to expand the vote, you are in the right session. If you are not here for that, I still want you to stay. So you're stuck until 3:15. Many of you I met yesterday. My name is Morgan Dye, co-founder and partner of Marikey Communications Group. We are a full-service marketing and communications agency headquartered right outside of Washington, D.C. We have been supporting strategic communications initiatives for the Sentencing Project for over a year now. It is my favorite client, though it is not my only client. We work really closely with Nicole, Kara, and we do some voting rights work, but we also do some extreme sentencing work. So across all the work streams that TSP is advancing, really excited to be here with you all this weekend. And as I shared yesterday, mostly we're here to listen. Yesterday, we talked kind of high level about some lessons we've learned in doing this work over the last 18 months or so. But today, I hope that we have more of a collaborative conversation and we can get down to some brass knuckles around issues you're having, opportunities that we see that have worked in some states might work in yours. But today we're joined by Stand Up America. I'm gonna let them introduce themselves. And yeah, we'll go to Stand Up first, and we have one more partner that's gonna be here to talk specifically about jail-based voting communications narratives. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I already have one. I won't read what's on the screen, and people learned a little bit about our organization earlier from Reggie, who's one of my colleagues, but my name is Sarah. I use she, her pronouns, based in DC, originally from Kansas City, Missouri. And Stand Up America comes to this kind of in a different lens because we are a traditional democracy org. So I know a lot of people have talked about the other work that they do in the criminal legal space, but we come from this from sort of a democracy organization. And we honestly started as like a anti-Trump organization, which I think a lot of orgs did because there was a lot to do, and quickly changed to like he and sort of the MAGA sort of work is only a symptom of what's actually happening. And so we need to do a lot more democracy work. So we do a lot of voting rights restoration work. A lot of the groups have worked with me and also Reggie in states across the country, but also doing some other voting rights work and then democracy work in general.
Hey y'all, I'm Tam Duan. I use she, her pronouns. I work with the Center for Popular Democracy. I'm based in New Mexico. Center for Popular Democracy is a network of BIPOC-led base building affiliates around the country, including Olay in New Mexico, Florida Rising in Florida, New Georgia Project, and many others. We organize and build power around the country so that we all have the freedom to thrive and we can all have a say in the decisions and conditions that impact our lives. I'm joining today because I've been part of the work of the National Voting in Prison Coalition, and we've all been working together, in particular, I think through narrative strategies and messaging. So I'm going to share a little bit of that.
Excellent. Okay, and my colleagues on the Marikey side, Janessa and Will, also will be talking a little bit about really prompting you on some questions so that we can get some two-way conversations going. But I said this yesterday, I don't think I can say it enough. Thoughtful communications is what wins campaigns. That's what makes your advocacy work sing. We heard that from Desmond this morning, and everybody else is saying, you know, human first language, all of these things that we've sort of learned over the last decade or so in this space. And so we're going to talk a little bit again about what we found that has worked well, and also some things that maybe we should never say. Because I think what you say is just as important as what not to say. So with that, I'm gonna pass it to Janessa.
Hi, everyone. I'm Janessa. So for this discussion, we wanted to frame it across 4 buckets and topics of conversation. And we want you all to kind of work within your tables, within your small groups to answer them. So we were really trying to think about like how we approach this problem. So we're looking at the landscape, for instance. What does the environment look like? What is the work that's happening across the states? What are the commonalities? What are the trends? Obviously problem. What is the problem? How do we solve it? How are we approaching it when we're like looking at our environment? Discussing strategies and then solutions. So we really want to make sure that we're kind of thinking of it as a piecemeal, almost like you're building a strategic communications plan. So I'm going to hand it over to Will, who has the first set of questions.
Awesome. Yeah, so I think the way we want to structure this is if folks can maybe take 5 minutes in their tables to discuss the questions on these slides, and then we can kind of turn it back and share some takeaways from your discussions. So the first question we got here, we know that every state is very, 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 very different. So what are some of the laws for voting while incarcerated or after incarceration in your state? And what are some of the common misconceptions you see in the press and from policymakers about what those laws are? So we'll give you guys 5 minutes to discuss at the tables and then come back and talk about what we discussed.
Oh, yeah. 5 minutes, so 2:30.
That's 6 or 7. I don't want to run that slide.
My question I'm living in residence A, I get arrested. What's going to happen when I find out? What do I need to do to find out? It's not an automatic process that I know. And so, we had a
All right. I don't want to cut the conversation short, but we do have a few other slides. You can tell I've never been a teacher because I'm not very good at bringing people back. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. All right. See, I'll be a great dad one day. All right, well, I think we want to open it up for anything interesting you heard from your colleagues at the table, any questions you have coming out of that conversation, or anything you want to bring to the larger group. Feel free to just raise your hand. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think a common misconception that's happening slowly. So they recently pushed out a bill around freedom to why did my brain just go blank? Freedom to Vote Act, right? And in the Freedom to Vote Act, basically they're leaving it up to each state to generate the laws. And so in the state of Georgia, if you are on probation or parole, it's against the law to even register to vote. But the Freedom to Act vote says like you can participate in the presidential election, but you're not allowed to participate in the local elections. But if you register to vote, you going to jail.
To that other than what? Like, yeah. We have some virtual friends listening in and they can't hear unless we're on the mic.
Hello? All right. So here's two misperceptions that you see in the press and from policymakers. Misperception number one is any justice impacted people always vote Democrat. And misconception number two is that people who are justice impacted does not have a desire for increased public safety.
And I think that another big misconception is that we don't know what the hell the issues are, and or that we don't care, right? And if that was a criteria for people voting, I mean, how many people would vote in the first place? But yeah, I think there's just a conception that we're uneducated, that we're ignorant, that we don't care about certain issues, and we do. We care about them for both sides of the spectrum. Or that's limiting myself. There's not just two sides of the spectrum. Of course, there's more than that. And I think people who've been incarcerated in general tend to see from all sides. Yeah, thanks.
One of the misconceptions that we see in the press in regards to the passing of the Voting Rights Act is that it was passed without community support. So the other side is actually doing a referendum on a bunch of wins that we made this year. And it's not going to pass the referendum that yeah, it's not going to work, but it's the narrative that they're pushing out, claiming that it was forced through the House and Senate.
That's Justin from New Mexico. Yeah. Any other states that have a specific issue around this that seems to be a little different than other places? Go ahead.
Sentence is, and that's not true. We have an over sentencing issue. People are not finishing their sentence. You have people that have 30, 40, 50, 60 years. They're not going to complete those sentences. But also that it's over once you're released. So if you're released in 2011, like myself, You're on parole to 2032. You're not done. People are not walking that paper down. And that's a misconception that people have.
We had one over here.
I just want to add to what he said because I'm sorry. I just wanted to add to what he said because it was something I didn't understand, is that they have two versions of parole, being on active parole and being on inactive parole. Now, being on inactive parole, you would think because you don't have to report to nobody and you don't have all of these conditions, that you're no longer serving your sentence. But that's not true, and that can get you, I guess, 5 years for trying to register to vote.
I was also going to speak to the first question. Is that okay? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Kate. I'm with Campaign Legal Center. Hey. So I live in DC, but I also do a lot of work with Tennessee, particularly a group called Free Hearts. And DC and Tennessee are on two opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to voting and felony restoration, right? DC, there's no felony disenfranchisement, right? No one has ever, their right to vote is never taken away from a conviction, right? And so the main problem we see in DC is if you're serving time for a felony conviction, DC doesn't have a prison. And so folks are shipped out all across the state. And the local board of elections doesn't know where they are, doesn't know which facility they're at, doesn't know how to get them the ballot that they are legally required to automatically send to them, right? Tennessee is the other side where there is effectively no felony reenfranchisement right now. Tennessee has the second highest number of people disenfranchised. 470,000 people cannot vote. The highest rate of disenfranchisement for Black folks and Latinx folks. 1 in 5 Black people in Tennessee cannot vote because of a felony conviction. And it's the only state in the country to tie currency of child support to your right to vote, right? And up until last month, they had a process. It was terrible, but it was a process for getting a right to vote back. And in July, the Division of Elections blew the whole thing up. They said, now not only do you have to go through this process, you have to get your full civil rights restored by either hiring a lawyer and going to court or getting a pardon from the governor. Oh, sorry, misconceptions. Sorry, Nicole. One of the misconceptions we see in Tennessee is that sheriffs in particular say, oh, people in jail are not voting, so they don't want to vote, right? No one's voted from this jail, so people don't care about voting, right? It's not, then we try to tell them the barriers that stop people from doing that.
Hey, hello, everybody. My name is Dante. I'm an interim associate director of Expo Wisconsin. Expo stands for Ex-Incarcerated People Organizing. In the state of Wisconsin, you cannot vote while you're on probation and parole. So when you come home after you've done everything you're supposed to do, you cannot vote until you're off for parole or probation. For some people, it's immediately. For other people, it's forever. And one of the biggest misconceptions is that people know that they're off of parole or probation, that they can vote. I've talked to a lot of people who have been off of parole or probation for a very long time, and they still don't know that they can vote. I was just telling our table that I've had an argument with people who were arguing with me that they couldn't vote. And yes, bro, you can vote. So you get emotionally attached to misconceptions sometimes, right?
There's a lot of feeling like you're in this on your own when you're at home working on this, but do you all hear the crazy trend around misperceptions around this same topic? No matter what the state law is, people don't know what to do. And so your responsibility is to the community of folks with felony convictions so that they understand, but then all the while trying to advocate for more progress. And that's going to bode more confusion a lot of times. There was more.
I just want to share one misconception. I think this is press, policymakers, public in general, is that there's an assumption that everyone in prison that has been quote unquote convicted of a crime has been convicted of that crime by a jury or a trial. And that's not the case, because it's oftentimes plea bargains, plea deals that are loaded with all of these additional charges and sentencing to get people to take these deals instead of going to trial and actually being convicted of a crime. So that's, I think, a huge misconception just like throughout.
We'll take one more if there is one. Okay. Green blazer, I'm coming to you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kamaya. I'm a law and narrative associate at Forward Justice, an organization based in North Carolina. And our organization, along with a few other organizations, helped unlock the vote for over 56,000 North Carolinians who are on parole, probation, and supervised release last year, effective July 2022. Yeah. That victory was short-lived. Folks were only able to register for about 276 days before the defendants appealed. And then this year, the North Carolina Supreme Court ruled against us. So folks, can no longer vote. And so a common misconception right now that we're battling right now is folks just think that formerly incarcerated people should just be able to know automatically like that they can't vote. But there's been so much confusion, so much back and forth with the different courts, the district court or the 3-judge panel and the Supreme Court saying different things, right? And so all of these court rulings happening so fast and so rapidly, folks are confused. And so our job right now is just making sure that we're educating folks, but there is this misconception that folks should just know, right? They shouldn't run into an issue where they accidentally vote, which is a crime, right? And so they accidentally vote. They're like, oh, they should know, but how would they know if there was no public education around it, if the State Board of Elections are not being clear, right, with their education? And so that's one of the biggest issues we're dealing with right now.
Very good. Okay, let's go to the next slide because I think all this is going to build. I promise it's not random.
So some of you guys already touched on this because some of the landscape things are problems, but I think we want to dig a little bit more into the specific problems, especially because we know that there are so many different states here, and the problems in North Carolina are not the same problems in Delaware, are not the same problems in Missouri, are not the same problems in Pennsylvania. And so some of the things that we want, hopefully you all to be able to talk about in your tables is how do we communicate the urgency of expanding access to the ballot for people who are or were incarcerated as democracy is actively under attack, and then thinking about like what resources do you or your organization or both need to push expanding voting rights to people who were incarcerated. And we'll have like the same 5 to 6 minutes for that.
All right. All right. Oh, that was louder than it was supposed to be. I'm sorry. All right, let's bring it back to the full group. If folks can wrap up their conversations. Yeah. Awesome. All right. Does anyone want to bring one or two things they discussed with their group to this larger group? And I'll run over to you with the mic. Don't be shy.
No problem.
Yeah.
If there's no one. What's your name again? Raheem made a very important statement. He said that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And I think that's absolutely critical. And he was really just explaining how the methodology that his team that they use is making sure that people inside know that we care about them, their families, their well-being, before focusing everything on voting rights. And then also in communicating the urgency, he talked about, and we talked about, how the our actual government systems, like our actual representatives, they're not doing anything or enough, if anything at all, to educate people on why it's important to vote. And I think something that's critical to remind people of is that if it didn't matter, they wouldn't take it from us. If it wasn't powerful, they wouldn't take it from us. If it didn't make a difference, they wouldn't be so hell-bent, for taking it from us. And so I think that's a critical point to acknowledge when we're expressing the urgency of it.
Any reactions to that, or other thoughts, questions?
I just thought I'd add with respect to how to communicate, for better or worse, well, for worse, the criminal legal system affects so many people that in just discussing that alone and saying like, you might not be directly, impacted, but you probably know someone that is, someone in your family might be, people in your community are affected by this. And I think in speaking it, like talking about it as if you have a shared stake in this, that this isn't just those people's problem, and kind of, making it a community issue. And of course, talking about, the implications for democracy more broadly. And it's also, sure, right now, we might be disenfranchising certain folks that you might not care about, let's say, but tomorrow it might be a different group. So I think in kind of saying that we are all implicated in this, we all have a stake in this. And so long as we want, a strong fabric of democracy, that's one way to get people who might not inherently care to be more invested.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Just a couple thoughts from a communication standpoint on a couple things we've heard. Going back to what Desmond mentioned about people think it's only Democrats voting. I think that we've had a lot of success lifting up unlikely messengers on this front to kind of dispel that narrative, whether it's Republicans, whether it's a sheriff in a giant 10-gallon hat. I think it's actually been really effective. And the notion that people who are incarcerated aren't interested in the issues or don't care about voting, we often point to turnout at the Cook County Jail for the midterms and how strong that was. There's a clear desire if you give people the ability to vote. So how are we doing on time, Tam? I think we got time for one more before we go to the next slide if we have any other questions. All right. Oh, yeah.
I think for that first question, it's as simple as acknowledging the fact that the recidivism rate drops when men and women can vote.
That's awesome. Yeah. And the Sentencing Project does so much good work and so much good research that demonstrates. Sorry, I'm jogging around while I'm doing this.
So I also point out these two really great surveys, the one by the Marshall Project and the one by Initiate Justice. I throw that in everybody's face. because the results really fly in the face of what a lot of standard scholarship says about disengaged voting. And these surveys, particularly Initiate Justice survey, were done by people who were directly impacted. It's a beautiful survey, so I love sending people those links. I do it all the time.
Yeah, keep throwing that stuff in people's faces because it does change minds. All right, I think we'll go to the next slide.
Okay, now we're going to shift to thinking about strategies. And we would love to hear about how you're thinking about narrative related strategies and ways to shift narrative. Could also be other communication strategies that would push for expanding the right to vote for people who are currently incarcerated or were incarcerated. But in general, what communication strategies have worked for you in your state? What hasn't worked? Why do you think your strategies have worked or not worked? So we'll give you 5 minutes for this. All right. This one got lively. Very curious to hear some of the highlights, something you heard that was really intriguing, something you'd like to share with the larger group. Anything you heard that you want to lift up for everyone else?
Hi, everyone. I think a narrative shift that's really been successful in California is finding great stories of veterans and really honing in on the patriotic talking points. Very relatedly are the folks who are parents, who have kids. They care about the school board elections. They care about their communities that way. I think in my experience, the moral arguments that are pretty shallow, like this is the right thing to do, you know, that doesn't play. Right. So like when we go a level deeper, you find the story of the veteran who, you know, served their country, came home, PTSD, whatever it may be. That person should vote just like everybody else. And like once you connect it or tie it into the story of, you know, this person is a mother, she has kids at home, she cares about, you know, their education, all these things. She wants to weigh in on the elections. Like on that level, I've seen it start to work. But when we just sit there and say, oh, this is the right thing to do, that doesn't accomplish anything, right? So when we go that level deeper, and you get the really, really persuasive stories and their faces out there, then we start to see the wins.
I love that. Other bits of learning, wisdoms that came out of your group?
Yeah, so I shared with them in North Carolina after we unlocked the vote, we lead a storytelling campaign. And so with that, we share stories of directly impacted people. And so one of the goals was for us to make sure that we were diversifying whose stories we were telling, because there's this misconception that, you know, issues that impact directly impacted people are just impacting Black men, right? Black men are the only people or the only demographic that are impacted by mass incarceration. And we know that it's not true. And so what we saw was that folks were able to see like, oh, wait, maybe I have been voting against my own interests because these issues impact me too. And so we just started diversifying the faces and the stories that we were telling, not just Black men stories, but women, Black women, white men, right? Who were coming to us wanting to tell their story. And so we started to push those stories at the forefront. And then the second thing we did was creating language guides. Yesterday, there was a lot of talk about how we have to shift, you know, from using terms like felon and ex-con and inmate, right? And we know that with storytelling and language, that's how we are able to shift culture. It's not just always through policy or through court victories. And so that was the second thing that was very helpful once we created a language guide to share with our partners in different organizations. That was super helpful in the state.
Thank you. I think we have time for one or two more.
Yeah, one of the things there was a commission that was studying different kinds of language in the legislation of New Jersey. And so when they were doing that, we wanted them to discuss, get rid of all of the inmate, felon, offender language. So when we found out that this hearing was happening, I put a call out to people that are system impacted and said, look, we want to change the language to human first language to make sure that we at least get heard on the issue. So it was overwhelming to me because so many people came that they actually had to bring extra seats in, and so many stories were told that they unanimously voted to change all the language, to tell the legislators to change all the language in the legislation to be human first or human centered. And what I seen just recently was that the Department of Corrections in their status use incarcerated person instead of inmate, or instead of offender. They started using, for this year, they started using incarcerated person. So it's very important to help get that narrative shift and to utilize people's stories to make sure that they understand why that's not beneficial, not just to us, but to them as well.
I love that you all are naming how language, storytelling, all of those things are reflecting our values and emotion. We're connecting on an emotional level. So I wanted to share a little bit about, I wanted to share just a little bit of additional information before we go on to our final discussion, because I've been trying to learn a lot about narrative strategies myself, and I find that it can be difficult to get my head around what do we mean when we say narrative, when we talk about narrative. So I thought I'd share a definition and a model I saw recently that's been helping me. And I'll also use this to share some of the ideas that have been coming out of the National Voting in Prison Coalition. So to paraphrase the Grassroots Power Project and how they define narrative, they say narratives are values-based meta stories about how things work and why. They have the ability to shape public consciousness, including our collective senses of responsibility and possibility. So to continue borrowing from the Grassroots Power Project and the Narrative Initiative, they use this waves model. And what it starts with is on the surface, what you can see, the waves, you can hear and see waves. Those are the messages, the images, the stories, the tweets, and even the policy positions that are visible to us. But where those waves come from, where they get their power, is the current underneath, right? Something that's bigger and longer running, and those are narratives. Those are less visible to us, but they carry meaning. They sort of like create meaning for all the stuff on top. So narratives themselves are built on values and worldviews. And those go really deep, right? That's the stuff that has the most power and durability. So an example would be white supremacy would live at that deep level, values, worldview. And then the racist narrative is on top of that. So an example of that could be maybe individualism. So, if you work hard and play by the rules, you'll be successful and you'll be deserving of that success, right? Some people are more deserving than others. If you were convicted of a crime, there was something about you, something about your own responsibility. And so on top of that type of narrative are then dog whistle type messages, makers and takers, welfare queens, etc. So when we think about the messages we want to put out, it's important to think about what those messages will serve in the moment and who we want the message to reach, our audiences, what we want our audiences to do. But we also want our messages and stories to connect to these deeper themes, to meaning, to values and worldviews, so that we can build longer term power by tapping into who we believe we are as people and our cultural common sense. So in the National Voting in Prison Coalition, we've gone through a process to think about narrative elements, including heroes and the quest that they're on. What are we seeking to do? And so I'm going to use the shorthand of the quest that we came up with as alternative narratives that we can move toward. One that we came up with was a true democracy, which recognizes that we've never really had a real democracy in this country. Another idea we came up with was a healed society, that we should move away from a punitive sense of who we are into a sense that we need to all heal as a society. And then another idea was thriving communities, that our communities are safer, our families and communities are stronger when we're including everyone. So that's a little bit of what we've done together in this coalition. There's a ton more in this framework, draft framework we have, and some messaging guidance like what to avoid and how to lean into different message triangles. I won't go into that, but I'll say that feel free to reach out to any of us if you'd like to engage in providing, really it's like a work in development, we could use more input and more thinking. So I'll pause there and pass it on to Janessa.
So for our final question, we want to do some future casting. What does success look like for you or your state in the next year or legislative session? What about the next 5 years? What about the next 10 years? So you guys take 5 minutes to discuss that. Hey, everyone, it's been 5 minutes. Look around, everybody on mute. And no Beyonce fans? Wow, that's crazy. It's very disappointing. Exactly. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Oh, you guys know that. That's fine. Anyway, what are some solutions? I've heard lots of rich conversations. So what are some solutions?
And also, if you have any reactions to the three alternate narratives that Tam shared, I'm interested to hear. My favorite, I think, is a true democracy. That would resonate well, I think, with the constitutionalists that like to argue with us. So reactions, solutions, here for it. Okay, I'm coming to you. Oh, and I'm not taking my phone.
I'm working on a case study on DC and what they're doing. And one thing that is actually in the law, I don't know how well it's being implemented, is to make the DOC an AVR agency, automatic voter registration agency, like DMV. So I thought that would be something that really would move things forward and be helpful.
Yes, in the law. It's in the law for it to be a registration. We're trying to get it automatic on intake and opt out, like the DMV. Are you in the? Okay, right. I don't know why I have the mic. I'm sorry.
Something to say.
I'll say that we decided to have a friendly competition over here.
We're gonna win.
So Washington State and we're going to be introducing full restoration this year for the first time. And hopefully, I don't know about 5 years, but hopefully we can get it earlier than that. But our competition is, what we're going to be using is, talking to our legislators, talking about messaging is, well, why don't you step up, make some history? Why don't you be the first to make some history? Because we talk about a sense of urgency, but you want to talk about anti-racism, and you want to, use us. This is the best way to do that, is to get those Black codes off our books, get those laws off, and start moving the needle forward. And this is one way to do it.
I like that ultimatum. Okay. No other solutions. We can't talk this long about problems and not have solutions.
Something that we discuss is in Colorado, he's in Oregon. Essentially, everyone other than those who are currently serving time and convicted of a felony are the ones who can't vote. So I guess in the short term, success would look like, well, for one, being able to push for full suffrage to make us more like Maine and Vermont, where essentially oh, in DC, that's right. 2020 DC. Oh, and Puerto Rico, right, where you never lose your right to vote. And then also, I actually just learned this yesterday from Kyle again, who I keep referencing in CCJRC. So in Colorado, they're trying to push for a bill to mandate in-jail voting. And then, well, truly, in speaking of these different levels of narratives, for me, speaking for myself personally, I feel like success is the abolition of the carceral system as we know it and understand it, and creating of real rehabilitative systems for folks, and also giving people the material resources that they need to thrive.
See, Desmond's got his hand up. Getting a few more steps in.
So, rather than answer your question, I want to turn the tables on the panel real quick, because I think that we're in this discussion right here. We were actually given an extraordinary opportunity to really expand this conversation about voting. When on the debate stage for the Republican Party, you had about five or six of the presidential contenders that raised their hand and said that they would support a person who've been convicted of a felony, right? Running for the highest office in the land. Now, my question to the esteemed panelists is, how could we take this moment like this, right? And how could we engage in some type of messaging strategy that not only just move our people, but move people from across the aisle? Because I'm thinking that, wait a minute, if you're raising your hand saying you would support someone with a felony conviction and running for the highest office in the land, then why wouldn't you support anyone with a felony conviction just being able to vote? And you're saying that you would support him to be in office, and he haven't even completed his sentence, right? So therefore, we should be able to vote while we're in jail. Message that, like, how to say that? Message that for us, please.
Desmond got too many hard questions, so this is his revenge. I can share some thoughts and then turn it over to my colleagues who probably have better ones. My first thought is the question that Desmond just posed. A lot of the work we do is with local reporters in states where these candidates are going. And so literally convincing the people who are interviewing these candidates to ask the question that Desmond just asked. It's harder to get the panelists on Fox News to ask those questions, but local reporters in New Hampshire, local reporters in Iowa, they're easier to get to, and people who can put that question in their ear. The other thing I touched on briefly the other day too, just as Trump is brought into these jails, is pointing out the conditions in those jails, I think is really important to keep doing. Morgan, Janessa, I will pass this mic down for smarter thoughts than I have.
No, first of all, to be in this landscape with him at the same time, to be breathing air when this is happening, like this is, hopefully we'll still have books in another 50 years, and this will be a very big section. It's just so unbelievable, right? And I think that somebody asked yesterday, well, there's so much noise about him right now, and we can't get our messages out because that's taking up so much space. When we want to talk about these things, that's what they ask us about. We'll be ready to say, just like Mr. Mead just did, if that is possible, why is what I'm telling you so impossible? And then you start citing the data that we've been talking about how this is really the best way, not first way, there are many ways, but one of the best ways to rehabilitate people for real. And give them the numbers. I think just like, 20 years ago when it was impossible seemingly for, oh, I got 0 minutes left and I didn't let you guys, but for a Black man to be president, we lived through that. That's now possible. So is everything that we want in this room. And I think that that's the response. And we can put a nice bow on it, Desmond, and give you some, 3 points. But I think absolutely that's what you have to do. If he can, so can we.
That's why I work for Morgan. All right, well, thanks everybody, appreciate it. I don't have any announcements for the next panel. Antonio didn't hand me my lines this time, but I think it is in this room. So thanks everyone, appreciate it.
Good afternoon. I feel like the communicators learned the organizing trick of clap once, clap twice. Yeah, there you go. I was just saying it, but we all learned that skill today. So we're gonna go ahead and get started and welcome people back into the room. Again, I'm Nicole with the Sentencing Project, Senior Director of Advocacy. This is our last plenary, our last panel discussion. So we've had 2 full days of content. And then tomorrow, for those of us still with us, we're gonna take all that information and hopefully help identify some next steps. And so I think the way to end that might be to bring the conversation out a little bit. And we're gonna bring it out a lot. We're gonna stretch the conversation from Georgia to Chile. We're gonna talk about the fact that in an era where we're working to expand the vote to everyone, including people completing their sentences inside of prison, people sentenced to long-term convictions, regardless of the crime of conviction, what does civic engagement look like? From inside the walls, from outside the walls? What does civic engagement look like for people who can't vote in oppressive states in the US? And what is activism? And how can that inform ongoing conversations around civic engagement as we work for full restoration, universal suffrage, but we also work to expand the idea of what true democracy is, given that narrative hero story that Tam mentioned in the last section. So this is where we're going to end. And then hopefully it'll leave us with thoughts, not just about building on active campaign efforts around rights restoration and universal suffrage, but also really help us deepen the conversation around ending felony disenfranchisement, but also guaranteeing what it means to participate in a true democracy, multiracial democracy. So I believe there's a video that we can start off with. Yes, we got that video.
Found today. I'm so grateful that I like what I've been. Because we all have a story to tell. My name is Karima Hanifa. I am the lead community organizer with EMAD Atlanta, and I am directly impacted by the criminal justice system here in the state of Georgia. I was 15 years old when I went to prison. I served 26 years in the Georgia carceral system consecutively, and I was released on April the 19th, 2019 at the age of 41 years. I am disenfranchised because I have been sentenced to parole for the duration of life. Good afternoon, Savannah, Georgia. Yeah. I always tell people, you don't vote for people because they look like you. That ain't sufficient for me. If I could vote for people who value and believe mirror my own values and beliefs. And so today's rally/fall festival event is about voting in my honor. So studies have shown that individuals who believe that they are a part of the community are more successful, cut back on recidivism, especially here in the state of Georgia. So the No Taxation Without Representation campaign, we are saying that as law-abiding citizens, as someone who has served their time inside of the prison system, who is deemed safe enough to live in community, would like to participate in community. It should lead the movement for voting rights. That's such a large number that if every one of those individuals could vote, you couldn't say that there was power in that number. It's kind of like the example with the elephant and the stake. You have a baby elephant and you tie it to that stake, it's not stronger than that stake. The circus master continues to use that same stake and that same chain for the duration of that elephant's life. And it's not that that elephant can't break loose from that stake, it's been conditioned to believe that it cannot break loose. And that is what the system does. It conditions people to believe that there is no hope. And I'm not just talking about out here. The system has conditioned those that are incarcerated to believe that all hope is lost. That we should behave like animals because they treat us like animals. We shouldn't vote because they don't put the votes in the trash. Right? So it's that social conditioning that needs to be reversed.
So I'm going to introduce the panelists, and we just heard from Karima in the video. And as Karima shared, she was 41 when released. So she was born in 1978. She is a Muslim native of Charleston, South Carolina, though she spent the majority of her life in the state of Georgia. And Karima comes from a blended family of 16 siblings. She recently received her Bachelor's of Science in Psychology and is currently working on her Master's in Positive Psychology with a minor in life coaching at the University of Marietta, Georgia. She's a licensed master cosmetologist and a youth advocate. Karima is also a criminal justice reform advocate and reentry consultant. To my left, we have Shakur. Shakur is an Omaha, Nebraska-based restorative justice facilitator and trainer and outreach specialist for the Community Justice Center. The CJC is a restorative justice public safety agency headquartered in Lincoln, Nebraska. And Shakur is a board of directors member at the Campaign for the Fair Sentencing of Youth, following his survival of a juvenile life without parole sentence. And Shakur's efforts have led to returning citizens' voting rights reform initiatives in Nebraska via an effort that he founded several years ago via the group Just Us 15 Vote. To Shakur's left is Jorge Renaud of Latino Justice, the National Criminal Justice Director and Director of the Southwest Region. Born in New Mexico but raised in Texas, Jorge is the son of a farmer of Louisiana descent whose family moved to South Texas over 150 years ago, and a mother who waded through the Rio Bravo at 15. He is an Army veteran and a graduate of the University of Texas at Austin, and has been a longtime criminal justice reformer. And to Jorge's left, we have two of our friends from Chile. We have Antonella Oberetti of Red de Acción Carcelera. Antonella has a law degree from the University of Chile and a diploma in public policy and development and poverty from Alberto Hurtado University. She has worked on issues regarding the protection of human rights, social reintegration, and the justice system in international and civil society. And then last but not least, we have Rodrigo Villegas of Fundación Proyecto Reinserción, and I'm so sorry for my Spanish accent. Rodrigo is an activist for the rights of people deprived of liberty. He studied public administration at the University of Chile, and both Rodrigo and Antonella participated in student activist efforts in Chile that have really helped expand pro-democracy conversations, including the rewriting of the Chilean constitution a couple of years ago, where they actively, although it wasn't successful, but actively worked to try to expand the vote to people in prison, to all people in prison, currently people, and I'll let them get into it. In fact, let me not, you start your talking, the education minute. So I really don't know how to, oh, there we go. So I think, we want to, again, broaden this conversation out, given the last mostly 2 days of discussion we've had so far, and talk about the moments of opportunity we've had around electoral shifts in the US, the constitutional rewrites that I just touched on, and that Rodrigo and Antonella are going to speak more to, and the activist moments that many of you have participated in and helped lead in your states and localities. And obviously in the last couple of years were animated following George Floyd's murder and led to some progressive reforms immediately in 2020, including the expansion of voting rights to people in Iowa under executive order by a Republican governor, although now we're in the midst of backlash. And so with that, we want to sort of bring it to what does activism look like in the context that we are in now. I have a lot going on with these microphone and the questions that I have. So Shakur, I want to start with you. Can you start us off with how you got politicized to rights restoration in Nebraska and provide an overview of developments there and how you make connections to the broader fight to challenge mass incarceration in the US?
Okay, so for me, my trek to how I end up on the stage today began, as y'all can see from this gray in my face, a long time ago. Made some pretty horrible choices at 16 years old. ended up being charged with first-degree murder and shooting with intent to kill, wound, or maim. As I looked at the title of this conference, 50 Years of Incarceration, I realized that all but 9 of those years I was spent incarcerated. So I was initially sentenced to death row in 1975 for that first-degree murder case. Additional 15 to 50 years for the second charge. Took 41 years to complete that sentence. I have been out for 7 years. So it's really that process that has forged and honed and galvanized me into activism that started even before I left. Just talking to other individuals about the need to be active when they got their chance to get out, especially in terms of voting. So in Nebraska, there has been an effort underway since the year that I got out, which is what helped me create the voting initiative, Justice 15 Vote. It's a mashup between an old Richard Pryor joke, Just Us, and the 15th Amendment. So that voting initiative was really an attempt to try to do away with the what was a lifetime voting ban in the state of Nebraska up until 2005. The law changed to now create a 2-year waiting period. So you have 2 years to wait until your sentence is complete. I was able to discharge my sentence, so that 2-year clock immediately began to tick for me. But individuals like Dee Dee, who y'all heard from yesterday, she is still on parole. So somebody on parole in Nebraska could be on parole. One friend I know has been on parole for 24 years. So he has never been able to vote. And even when that 24-year parole ends, he will still have to wait 2 years before he is eligible to vote. Same situation exists with anybody on probation. So I looked at it like people were saying, well, Shakur, you are going to get an opportunity to vote now. You are discharging that number. For me, that wasn't good enough. I looked at it like, if my tax money is good enough to take, my vote should be too. And we know that that's just not the reality, but it should be. So I think that it's important to start from the standpoint of understanding that even with a felony conviction, even with the most recent January 6th convictions, none of those individuals lost their citizenship in spite of the charges that they were convicted of. I think that that's an important point to keep in mind, because I think it's the citizenship part that we need to keep in mind, just in the overall context of things. If we still remain citizens, how can there ever be a time in which our voting rights can be taken away or delayed or anything like that? Again, if we look to the Constitution, the 15th Amendment is supposed to guarantee every citizen the right to vote, but we know the reality is different. So I think just in the broader context of things, it's important to keep the language on a level that everybody understands, and that the citizenship part of our rights, as Brother Raheem has been mentioning for the last 2 days, it is a right that we are born with, that it should not be one that should be so easily infringed upon or taken away.
Thank you. Rodrigo, let me come to you. Can you give an overview of the developments in Chile and efforts to unlock the vote there, voto preso, the vote there?
Hey everybody, my name is Rodrigo Villegas. My base organization is Fundación Proyecto Reinserción. My pronouns are he, him, él también. And I'll try to give you like a glance of what are our efforts and our success till now. With with a little of the history of this, we had like a bunch of constitutions in our history. The one that we have, it has its roots on the dictatorship that we had. And when the constitutional commissioner addressed the problem of civic rights, they have a hard discussion on whether people in pretrial are with this civic death concept, if there's civically death. And they lead to the conclusion that people in pretrial should never be kept a part of voting rights, because it would be like a punishment before punishment. You know, you still could be innocent until proven guilty. So it kept without any advance those political rights until 2012. No one ever asked this to be an issue. And when we switched to automatic registration, we in Chile have automatic registration. You don't have to fill any paperwork to vote. The state just takes your data and says, okay, you're 18 years and older, you are a citizen. That's an idea for the US pals. And don't need any paperwork. It shouldn't be that way. So until 2013, the first activist that we had on Voto Preso cause was a judge. It wasn't a grassroots. It wasn't an organizer. It was a judge, Daniel Urrutia, that he deserves a spot in history and on our movement. He went to prison and said, what about this 16th and 17th article of the Constitution that isn't enforced? The right to vote for pretrial and for small sentences. And then we had this right-wing presidential candidate saying why we should do what the Constitution says. People in prison are bad people, period. And then we have a right-wing government. So the governments did what their presidential candidate said. It was delusional. As a constitutional amendment keeps without being enforced just because a presidential candidate says so. So there was many efforts on courts, mostly. There was lawsuits against the state, like why these people cannot vote, mostly led by the National Human Rights Institute and many organizations. But the courts kept like sentencing like pro and cons resolutions. So we didn't have a real shift till the Chilean protest. That's a photo of the big Chilean protest that we had in 2019, when people stand up for their rights, for multiple rights. There were pension rights, health system, education. We had like these big riots on the streets. We burned out a little amount of metro stations, and then we didn't. That was a joke. And then this was a fresh air for our movement. As we draft a new constitution, we started to think like why people in prison shouldn't be part of this discussion. And then we created this national network, la Red de Cabildos Penitenciarios. Some of you have been like shit talk from me about that. We created a national coalition of more than 20 organizations all over the country, academics, activists, I think the grassroots organizations, family organizations, excarcerated people. We bring together for the first time in history. We didn't have any before a coalition for prisoners' rights, for people incarcerated rights. So with this effort, we said like two main demands. One was people in prison should have a say on the new constitution. That's it. That's a political right that they have. for being part of the community. And the second one was, if the Constitution now says that some of them can vote, they should vote yes or no to the new Constitution. And that should be a right, a political right of them. We did a legislative advocacy strategy besides a constitutional advocacy strategy that's kind of different. We had this constitutional convention going on. It was another Congress besides the regular Congress, and people, the commissioners of the Constitution took really into account our comments. In the new Constitution draft, there was broad voting rights, whether you would be in any incarceration status. There were a declaration of the state commitment to re-entry programs. It was a commitment with the gender perspective in the judiciary system. People in jail voted in prisons. In Chile, we don't have that distinction. Sorry for that. People in prison voted no, and I would like you to ask me further on that.
Ask you further. I will definitely ask you further. But I think the political moment in Chile predated a political moment, a political opening in the US with following the murder of George Floyd. And, you know, that happened in Minnesota, but it expanded across the states and across the world, where there were a lot of activist moments that year. And now we're in the midst of a backlash towards that. But I wonder if there's a future political moment, what we have to do in order to be ready for that, because maybe the political conditions will be such that we could demand then the right for folks to vote in prison, regardless of incarceration status. So Karima, you're in a state run by right-wing governor and a right-wing legislature. You can't vote because of your parole status. But you're an activist, clearly with a lot of contacts nationally, hopefully that are helping you in Georgia. Can you share what you think from your activist perspective, what needs to be happening now in order to potentially be ready for that next political moment?
Oh, I hear a lot of questions in my head and a whole lot of answers. So definitely there's a large population of disenfranchised citizens. I want to kind of circle back on something that Desmond said earlier today, which is an emphasis on human language, right? There's a lot of othering that happens where people want you to see a separation and a divide, where people like myself who have been incarcerated are called felons and convicts and prisoners and murderers, and you know, the list goes on and on and on. So humanistic language is very important. It's also very important to get those in civic leadership to see the benefits of people like myself engaging in democracy, right? Because I know for myself, and I used an example earlier when I was talking to some of the guys at my table, which is when we're in community. Today, I bought something and I looked at the receipt and it said 10.25 was the tax for Chicago. In Atlanta, it's 7% and you got to pay for a bag, right? So I'm required to pay taxes. In Georgia, voting originally was specifically created for white men who owned property. My husband and I have been looking at purchasing some property. Once we own that property, we will be required to pay taxes. We still will not be allowed to participate in democracy. When we are in community, autonomy is important, right? And the example that I used is for everyone who is directly impacted. I'm gonna speed it up because I feel like you tapping your foot over there. All right, so anybody that was directly impacted, when you think about autonomy, how is it that I live in community? I'm safe enough to be in community. I'm safe enough to walk up the stairs of the Capitol in Washington, D.C. and in Atlanta, Georgia, right? I'm safe enough to sit to the table with the governor, the state representatives, like these people. I sit and I have meals with them. It's not a problem. But there's such a threat with the vote that I am threatened to be reincarcerated, right? If I accidentally register to vote. So we understand that this vote is very powerful. When I feel like I belong in community,
as an example through advocacy, and I want to share something with you. This is the catch-22, y'all. Everything is transactional. When we talk about building power, I support you today. It might be 6 months or a year later. I need you to meet me on the Capitol steps so that we can reinstate voting rights, right? I provide free resources in community, but I need you to remember my face. So when you see me on the news and I am galvanizing and organizing the people, and I ask you to meet me on a Friday or a Saturday, you remember that is the lady who provided us with fresh produce, who provided us with free healthcare, who provided us with housing when we didn't have anywhere to go. That is the catch-22 and how we galvanize the people. I'm sorry, you know, they say it shouldn't be reciprocity. Everything in this world is reciprocity. Okay, back to community. I'm in community. And I pay taxes. I'm walking around talking to people. I put on my best cloths. I represent my best face. I speak well. I look well. I take a shower in the morning, but I am not allowed to participate in democracy. How does that make me feel? Like my voice doesn't matter. My opinion doesn't count, right? However, we have this man who's getting ready to run who we about to be his constituents if he wins. Right? We are the people that he would represent. That's who he is. Do you understand? Whether we vote for him or not, we become his constituents. Now, for anyone who has ever been incarcerated, it doesn't matter if it's your cell, your dorm, or your detail, you have to have autonomy. You don't want that in your room, you tell people don't come in here with that. You don't want it on your job, you tell people don't come on the job with that. You can't come up here with that, right? You can't do that. It's the same thing in community. If you don't have a say-so, you feel like you don't belong, you're not important. They know that if we ever believe that we have the same power as those who are not directly impacted, that we become a threat to community because we have the same senses as everyone else. We can make decisions just like everyone else. We are adults. We can make decisions, we can think, we can read, we can count, we can add, we can conflict resolve, right? We can do all of these things. So why are they holding us back from the vote? Because those who have been incarcerated understand the law better than anyone else. We may as well wrote those books. We read them so many times, we began to understand what we were reading. We are a threat. In the state of Georgia, and I work for a nonprofit organization, so this is a reflection of me that I'm getting ready to say. In the state of Georgia, Stacey Abrams was on the ballot. She lost by a very slim margin. If the 266,000 people could have voted and had voted, there would not have been a margin. There would have been a win for a slide. And I'm gonna pass the mic. Thank you.
Thank you. So Antonella, I'm gonna come to you. And thank you for that. And I think that, you know, what you shared, Karima, in terms of being ready and doing the work now so that when the opportunity presents itself, that people are ready to act and respond because you've participated in something. Some people might define it as transactional. Other folks may have a different framework around that. But whatever it is around engaging in some way in the community. And so with that, Antonella, can you share insights for Chile of guaranteeing voting rights for women and all persons in prison to support an active way to participate in democracy?
Yes, thank you so much, Nicole. Hello, everybody. I'm so happy and honored to be here. First of all, I want to apologize in advance if I don't use some right concepts. English is not my first language, so if I misuse some concepts, I'm so sorry. And I was thinking on the flight over, which was long, some points that I wanted to talk about, but over the past few days, I've had so many rich conversations. I've met so many wonderful people that it has changed a little bit. But given what Rodrigo was saying before, to give a little context, the Constitution in Chile, in fact, says if you're convicted to a sentence of 3 years and 1 day or over, you lose your citizenship, which is a pretty violent statement in and on itself. But so what we were pushing for a long time was, first, let's enforce the Constitution, because we had two groups of people. We had people who, two people incarcerated, the ones who were disenfranchised by the constitutions and those who were de facto disenfranchised, meaning that they had the right to vote, but the government didn't give them the means to do so. And so when we finally were able to give them, to implement the vote in prisons last September for the first time in Chilean history, we first had to go through a process, and I don't want to go into the technical details and bore everyone, but they had to change their address to the prison so they could vote inside, because the prison would work as a local, like as a polling place. And when we went, when we went to ask them, or when we went with the civil service to do this address change, we were met with a lot of distrust and apathy, an understandable but big amount of apathy and distrust from the people, with the women on my part, which I work with, but also with the male population, because these are people, and this is something we try to pass on to legislators and decision makers. These are people who have never seen government work for themselves. They have been alienated since they were kids. Many were institutionalized since they were minors, and not just in juvenile detention, which is the similar, I think we have in Chile, but also in residences, in state residences, because their families were meant inadequate to raise them or whatever. So they have been vulnerated by the state forever. So asking them to trust us and change their address and vote was a real challenge, because why would they? And I was thinking about this yesterday when we were in the panel of tackling difficult questions. I thought with Avalon, one of the ridiculous questions we got asked a lot was when we were in Congress fighting for implementing means for people to vote, was legislators would say, but do they even want to vote? Like, would they even go? And I think it's a ridiculous question, because from the state response level, the response is indifferent. The state should give them the means to have access to the right anyway, because it is a right. So from that level, I think the answer doesn't matter. But from a human level, I think it matters in the sense of we need to prove and we need to show up for people who are incarcerated, and to show them that community engagement and civic engagement, not just once every 4 years or whatever the election cycle is, but always the government and their communities and engaging communities can be effective and efficient for them, for their families, for their communities. I think we need to show them that, and especially we need a change in the societal vision, that reintegration and reentry is not just here's your high school diploma and here's a job. It's also community engagement, participation, civic empowerment. And I think from that perspective, we are very, very lacking in Chile still from the state vision of what rehabilitation or reintegration means. So I think that is one of the biggest challenges we have. Also, another in this, I'll wrap up with this. I think another big challenge we have is expanding the vote. This, from my perspective, horrible constitutional article we have, which is you lose your citizenship if you're convicted to 3 years or higher, is a very violent way to confront someone who is incarcerated. So I think that is our future challenge, also with engaging the people who already are eligible to vote. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And thank you for taking that long flight from Jordan. Yeah. So, the comments so far have, reminded us what's possible, but what's needed, what we still need to be doing. That folks are actively working to expand democracy to allow us to live to a true democracy, but are challenged by it, given the conditions in Georgia and also the conditions in Texas. And so that brings me to you, Jorge. You know, you too are completing your sentence in the community on parole in a state that disenfranchises folks in the community on felony probation and parole. And just like in Georgia, some people in Texas are sentenced to decades under community supervision. And I know, Jorge, you and I have gotten into debates over the, not debates, let me say.
Debates are good.
Intense conversation over the years around your not your leadership specifically, but the way in which activism isn't just defined by voting. And I know you have, you know, really strong thoughts on all of that. And so I just want to ask you, given the last 2 days, given the conversation, but given the fact that the potential of this effort, this movement in the States, and then connecting this movement across borders, what is the opportunity of someone completing their sentence on parole, even under many decades of a sentence? What does that participation offer around a true democracy in the States, but also more globally?
Debates is good. I'm on parole till 2051 in Texas. The result of a 60-year sentence I received in 1991. And I think Nicole left out a line there that I was going to talk to. I'm not sure why, but it was tied to the goal of ending mass incarceration, which is kind of what this is about, right? 50 years. And I'm going to, I shan't be long here. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the concepts that I've heard. And one of them is ending mass incarceration. In my mind, that means returning to 1973. And then we'd be okay with the level of incarceration we had then. That's okay. We reached our goal. I haven't heard anyone talk about numerical goals, but I have heard people say, well, yeah, let's kind of return to that. And of course, then we come down to, this is not felony disenfranchisement. This is heinous felony disenfranchisement. Because there are a lot of people here in Florida, in other states, in many states that have been given back the right to vote unless you've been convicted of certain crimes. Okay? So it's not because of the felony, it's because the tenor of the felony. What did you actually do to put you on that, right? I've been convicted of aggravated robbery. Brother over here was convicted of murder. In a lot of states, we would not be granted the right to vote. What a lot of people who've been granted the right to vote were people convicted of drug possession, people convicted of burglary, people convicted of other. I heard some talk about transactional organizing. I honor that. I'm not going to enter into a transaction with the government that over something that is mine. I am a transformational organizer. It says I operate from the revolutionary edge of reform. Operate into what is moral. I'm not going to operate under a cost-benefit analysis that you're going to tell me, if you did this, we might give you this. If you did that, we're not going to give it to you ever. We might give it to you in this county. We're not going to give it to you in that county. We're not going to give it to you in that state. Okay? I think that this issue, voting rights, has to be tied to abolition. And I'm not asking people here to operate for under abolition, but it has to be tied to that. That's the only way that we will deal with issues of when, who, can a governor sign a thing to take it from you? Can the next governor sign something to take it back? Can we pass legislation that will give it to this group of people? Can we free 1.4 million people, but the other 200,000 or 300,000 will come get you sometime on down the road, brothers and sisters, comrades? We're not going, but it's not going to happen now. And I just don't think that works. I think we have moved the needle quite a bit, and I want to honor the Sentencing Project for the work they have done in this arena. Thank you for having me here. Thank you all for having me. The work that you have done in this arena is incredible. And you can look at the arc, and the arc for people being granted the right to vote has in fact gone up. We're in perilous times now. As Sister over here talked about. We are in perilous times, and I don't know what's going to happen. Some of the bills that I introduced to the Texas legislature this past session didn't even make it into the committee, much less get voted on. So yeah, that's all I have to say. That I think as long as we continue this piecemeal stuff, this incrementalist stuff, this stuff that, okay, we're going to do it for you and not for you, I think we'll be having the same conference 50 years from now. I think we need to move toward abolition. That's the only way we're going to do. That's a debate we've been having.
Okay, so I'm going to pose a question to all of you, given where we ended with Jorge's comment. And that is, how do we anchor this conversation that we've been having here over the last 2 days? Because tomorrow, for those of us who are going to be joining us, we're going to be strategizing, and we're going to maybe be starting with the comment you just ended with, Jorge. What do we need to be doing over the next 50 years so that, how old will I be? Too old at that point. If
I vote in 30 years from now.
Okay, well, let's figure it out. But like when we meet again, you know, how can we seize moments? How can we get ready for those moments to actually be using this expand the vote conversation, the guaranteeing the vote conversation to push for more, to be genuinely challenging incarceration? Notice how I removed the mask there? Okay. So, and then narrative and language are a part of this, but let's start there. Jorge, since you have the mic, can you start there and then we'll move to Rodrigo?
I honor Desmond more so than I think I can say. And he talked about courage. I think we have to have the courage to say, if we, what happened in Florida was incredible. But I think he was asked a question this morning, and I think his response centered around, well, we have to somehow change the hearts and minds of some of the American people by showing that we are. But the people who are actually involved in that are the people who've been granted the right to vote, or people who don't have those sentences. I think we have to be courageous enough that when we pass measures like that we have to have a concrete, viable, meaningful proposal that says, here's how we're coming back to get these comrades. I think we have to be willing, and I think we have to have the courage to stand on that. We have to be willing to say, here's how we're coming to get them. They are humans. Where's the brother with all of us in on shirt? Either that matters or it doesn't. Either we mean that or we don't. And we can't say it only matters in off years, that it only matters in because this poll said that, because the funders gave us money for these. It can't just matter in certain situations. And we have to be willing to push that envelope up front in public to say, these are our comrades. And they didn't just make mistakes. We can't, no, I mean, it wasn't a mistake. No one asked me about the woman I left flying on the floor, tied on her shoelaces. We have to bring them into the conversation. But I think we still have to have the courage to stand on that. And I think until we do that, until we get away from homilies, until we get away from bromides and start saying we're going to change the hearts and minds of the American people, we have to be willing to take the lead in that. What are we looking for? How are we asking for it? And these are our demands. We can't go and ask them. We have to make demands.
Well, there's a lot of challenges, and here I would like to broaden the conversation, not just for Chile, but I live in a region, South America. There are many countries that they don't have voting rights at all. There are some that have political rights for some, but not for all. And myself being a Latino, it's my first commitment is with my region. I would say we need to build a regional movement for political rights in all Latin America and the Caribbean. He would say it's the first task at all. But globally, we need to build this global movement for political rights. And I say political rights because it's not just about voting. Voting, it's okay, but participating, it's okay too. But get civic engagement, it's okay too. But get to think prisons governance, it's okay too. Who takes the decisions? Who made the agreements? Police officers, prison officers alone in their offices, or with the communities incarcerated? When we think about shift the power logics of prison, not just voting, I would say that's a goal. And in the electoral front, I would say we need to hold accountable every single candidate. Where are your principles on this issue? Inside prisons and we outside prisons, where are your principles here? And we need to get more quantitative and qualitative data. We need to rise up research. We need academic people commit to this topic. It's okay to do like panel reform papers, but it's okay if you go to jail, do ethnography. It's okay to get interviews, put those voices into academic circles, it's okay too, it's necessary. It's necessary for the academia to take real commitment here. And finally, I would say it shouldn't be just an event, all of us here. It should take the form of a global movement for political rights all over the world, every single country.
No, I think I absolutely agree with Jorge and Rodrigo. I think maybe one of the biggest challenges we have, especially maybe now in Chile, I'm going to be a little specific, so sorry about that, but we have now a leftist government, left wing president. So sometimes it's we as organizations have to walk a thin line with okay, so how much do we criticize, but also how much do we ally with the government to make policy changes. And so I think we need to be courageous with what Jorge was saying, that Desmond was saying this morning, with demanding from our elected officers, even when they may or may not align with our views, demand anyway for them to respond to what they proposed when they were candidates, because that's what the scenario we are currently in. And there have been certain shifts now that they have been elected because of, well, Congress is not with us and it's complicated because the political scenario and blah blah blah, and we need also this we need to pass a new budget, so we can't say that we're with the incarcerated people, so sorry about that. We need to demand for them to comply with what they said when they were running for office, because they are very good at campaigns, but not very good at being elected officials. So we need to demand better elected officials. Thank you.
So I heard Nicole say something about where will we be in the next 50 years. I'm just looking back on my life in retrospect. I'm clearly the oldest person on this panel at 65. Oh, you are? Okay. Well, you are good looking 66. Okay. So my point is this. At 65, I still find myself pretty much looking back on life as I was growing up, and we have pretty much not gone any further than where I was when we were a child. So where will we be another 50 years from now? We may be in the same spot. The one thing I understand is that nothing seems to be, there's no sense of permanence in these decisions that go on, these cycles that occur. Look at the rollback of Roe versus Wade and so many other things that have gone on. So I think we should maybe be looking more at things that can be sustained, because currently, we go through these cycles and we find ourselves back at the same spot that we have been in for the last 50 or 60 years. Over the last few days, I've been thinking about the importance of looking at things from an international standpoint, and whether there would be any assistance on some of the issues that we have discussed coming from the UN. The United Nations, the United States is definitely a part of, but they hypocritically participate in that body. I think about the Conventions on the Right of the Child, Article 37 prohibits anybody under 18 years old from being sentenced to a life sentence. Okay, so in this country, a 10-year-old last year was charged with killing his mother in Wisconsin. If convicted at probably 11 years old, if convicted for the most serious offense, that 11-year-old could be sent away to prison for the rest of his life. At 18 years old in this country, you are eligible to be placed on death row, but legally you would not be able to hit a vape or take a shot of Hennessy. So it's these types of contradictions, I think, that we have to really begin to seriously look at. I really do think it's going to come down to boots on the ground where we are locally to organize and not only get things changed, but once those things get changed, we have to stay galvanized enough to make sure that those changes are sustained.
I don't know the question.
What should we be doing in the next 50 years, over the next 50 years to move us through guaranteeing the vote to challenging incarceration?
This me speaking. I think no one over the age of 50 years old should be elected as a president. And I think that the young people who are less geared towards systemic racism and more geared towards befriending other young people who sound like them but don't necessarily look like them is what the future looks like. And I think that there's hope with our youth because they are more accepting of one another. But I don't think anybody over the age of 50 should be even allowed to run for president. And that's what it should look like in 50 years. Here you go.
All right, so I think at the end of the day, the comments here give us some steps towards thinking about what a plan could be. Very broad, constitutional reform around changing the eligibility age for president. That's something new for this movement to be considering. Efforts to sustain what we have, but I also heard grassroots organizing, political accountability, to hold people accountable to their comments on the campaign trail once they get into office, and then pulling out the conversation, centering this not just for voting rights for people incarcerated, not just voting rights, but political rights. And under that umbrella of political rights, defining it for Chile, defining it for the region in Latin America, and in the States, we could have a deeper conversation here. And I hope we will have that deeper conversation here tomorrow when folks return who are staying with us through tomorrow and can help strategize and identify some next tactics. So I think we have enough time for one or two questions. We got one in the first audience. Thank you, Stephanie. So we'll start with you.
Thank you all for everything you've shared. This has been a really enlightening panel. This question is for Jorge. I am also someone with abolitionist politics, so I really appreciate everything that you've shared. And I am curious, because I definitely agree with the idea. I'm not an incremental change person. So I am curious about what you would suggest as like, well, where do you start? Because you got to start somewhere. So what is your suggestion in terms of, on Sunday, we're all going to fly out, go to our respective states. What is your suggestion as to like what's step one? Or what is your philosophy, I guess, in terms of like community organizing, getting folks together, political education, and that kind of thing?
I think Justin pushed me in the right way. Thank you for that, Justin. He was telling me what was the problem with Texas not pushing legislation with granting the right to vote to people who are incarcerated, right? And we haven't done that yet. And I think I'm constantly evolving, Lord knows. 10 years ago, I thought that I deserved every minute of my 27 years of incarceration. I'm constantly evolving. And I do understand that the arguments that I put up against, which was kind of strange that Texas was on an international panel. Are we that much of an outlier? I didn't know what was going on when I was invited here. But why is that? But Texas is weird. It's a weird state. And I think we've been fighting Lone Star. We've been fighting a bunch of stuff in Texas. And I think we've used that as an excuse not to get out there. And just being here today and hearing the individuals who've had all the successes, right, in their different states, right? Some states that don't really move much in the criminal legal arena have nonetheless won the right to vote for people as soon as they leave the cage. You can vote now, right? New Mexico, just we need to just move on things that we have not moved on. We see abolition is not in my lifetime. We see these things as next year. We see things as next decade. The things that we want to do, we need to push now. How are we going to gauge opposition and obstacles and liabilities unless we move on that? And I think we need to start doing that. I know I need to start doing that. I don't know what y'all are going to do. I need to start doing that. I need to go back to Texas and start planning right now for a slate of bills to be pushed next legislature and have them knock them down. And I'm going to take the angry old man approach. I'm going to go in there to start getting on, So I just think that we need to do that. We need to start making demands. I don't have the Brome ideology, the power of how it seeds and what it doesn't seed, right? Without demands. We have to stop compromising over things that are ours. We are saying that as a citizen, you get this. Nowhere down the line, they say if you do this, this, and this, in this state, we take it away. In that locality, we don't give it to you. And that one, you got to wait 8 years. And that would be, we don't say that. So why aren't we asking for this? Why are we demanding this? And I can only speak for myself. I put other things in the forefront of what I need to do. And I want to thank the folks in this room for making it clear to me that I need to push a lot harder.
I have one call to action. In the middle of every table are codes to our cards that say no taxation without representation. There's a QR code. Scan the QR code and sign the petition. You do not have to be a Georgia resident to sign the petition. Yes, please. Y'all got it? Oh, I counted as 37 people in this room. Close the doors, hold the doors up. Yeah.
All right, I think we actually do have time for one more question. Is there any more question? Oh. No, I'll come down and, no, because thank you for meeting me halfway.
Greetings, panel. I'm just curious. I think one of the governing ideas for me is the politicians oftentimes are not revolutionary. So you're not gonna get revolutionary acts from non-revolutionary people. So I really feel that we have to organize formerly incarcerated people and end up getting them on ballots. That's what we definitely tried in Nevada. A gentleman, Jovan Jackson, he was close and didn't win a race, but it really galvanized formerly incarcerated people and saying, yeah, we could get on the ballot. I don't know what kind of support do we deem necessary to really organize our brothers and sisters to be getting on ballots in our respective communities.
Thank you. That's good.
Any comments or reactions to that? No. Okay. All right, one more.
Yeah, so I think that just highlights the importance of voting, that it becomes the linchpin to getting to some of the things like what you just said. Why can't the revolutionary be voted into office? In order to do that, you have to have the vote to do it, right? And we should be voting our interests. I mean, that's only makes common sense, not because I'm red, blue, or whatever. But what are my interests? Is this person going to uphold my interests? It would be unwise, in my opinion, to vote for anybody that's going to be against your interests.
And last question.
Hey, just real quick, if y'all don't know Ulysses Hernandez, we can all take our damn bleed from her in Los Angeles City Council. The first true abolitionist, not formally incarcerated, but espousing abolitionist principles, elected to the LA City Council. Maybe there's other city councils across the country that they're first abolitionists, but yeah, but Ulysses, we can damn sure take her lead.
City council persons, but there are definitely elected officials who have abolitionist politics. So there might be work to do around tracking them, documenting them, and maybe doing some figuring out a strategy to engage directly with them. That could be a tactic tomorrow at the strategy discussion that I hope all of you return to. All right, so last question.
That's a good segue for me because I'm a decarcerated person who is also a city councilman candidate. And I had to lift up the Sentencing Project because they brought us all here and brought us all together. The Sentencing Project is just an amazing organization. I have to lift up this sister right here. I don't know what the Like I came in a little bit late, so I don't know how they introduced everybody, but do y'all know how much time she did? She was locked up for how many years? You told them? I'm sorry for being late. And she's doing the work. Helping people to get housed when they come home like the state should do. And no taxation without representation in Georgia, $90 million for a public safety project, Cop City. $90 million, nobody wants that. That's the people's money. This coalition up here, this panel, I didn't hear where you were from, brother. You said something about Wisconsin, though. Nebraska's where you're from. But what you said about Wisconsin was the young man who killed his mother because of a virtual headset that he ordered off of Amazon. He didn't get that virtual headset. That was on my mom's birthday, November 21st. I remember that. But what I'll say to you guys is keep up the good fight. I know that we will have better than we have today tomorrow, and no taxation without representation. The people that aren't represented the most, the people that aren't heard the most are those that we're fighting for, the people that are locked up, the people that, in my district, in the 3rd district in Wilmington, Delaware, we have a prison. We have a project community. We have a whole lot of folks that don't know that they have the right to vote. So when I first started the campaign back in 2020, I had to let people know, you have the right. You have the right. You can vote. And they didn't know that they did since 2016. We gotta let people know, no matter what, no matter if we're in office, if we're on a campaign, no matter if we're working for an organization that is doing this work, no matter if we are people that are decarcerated, that are getting out of prison, whatever we're doing, we gotta let them know. And this being here is the best thing that I think I've ever done when it comes to voting rights for people like me.
Anytime. And I'm glad, because you're from Delaware, a state that should be much farther along than it is. And if it's as but not only that, you all have lifetime disenfranchisement for people with certain convictions. So if the fight is still needed for full restoration in Delaware, then clearly there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. So that brings us to a close of this panel. Thank you all so much. Please give a round of applause for the panelists, Karima, Shakur, Jorge, Antonella, and Rodrigo. Hope this provides some context and inspiration for tomorrow's strategy session.